Good morning, everyone. Welcome back, and I apologize for the late start. On Friday, I had made pre-arrangements with the court staff to set in motion the cancellation, and then I awakened at just before 6 and watched a little bit of the weather on television, which of course comes from Milwaukee, and I had heard before I had gone to bed on Thursday, I heard the snow plow come by 4 times, and so I went to bed thinking, well, we're going to have quite a white blanket, but I never got out of bed on Friday morning until later, but I had made pre-arrangements to talk to some of the court staff and get an idea of what the situation was. When I got up, probably about 7 or so, there was not a single flake of snow anywhere near my property, and I hope you actually had the same good fortune, but I guess some of the people had 8 inches, and a lot of people lost power. Okay, well, you're making me feel good. But anyway, welcome back, and I hope you were able to enjoy the weekend, and let's not spend any more time on anything but the trial. Let's go ahead.
The state will call Sadie Beecham to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please be seated.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Sadie Beecham, SADIEBEACHAM.
And Ms. Beecham, are you currently employed?
Yes.
And how are you employed?
I work for community care.
And in general, what city do you currently live in?
I live in Colgate.
And do you know somebody by the name of Zachariah Anderson?
Yes.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point out where he's seated, what he's wearing?
Today he's wearing a gray suit, blue tie.
Judge, I would just ask the record reflect the accused.
Indicating the accused.
And how do you know Mr. Anderson?
We had a relationship and we have children together.
When did you first meet the defendant?
I first met him in about 2007.
And you indicated you have children together. How many?
We have 3.
And what year was your daughter born?
Our daughter was born in 2008.
And back in 2008, were you residing with the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point, did you stop residing with the defendant during your relationship?
Yes.
When is the last time by year that you actually lived with the defendant?
2012 is when he moved out.
So since 2012, you've maintained separate residences?
Yes.
Did you continue to be in a romantic relationship, though?
Yes, it was on and off for the next few years. Yes.
And ultimately, what year were your twin boys born?
2015.
And who did the children live with primarily throughout the years from 2012 until 2020?
With me.
And where was the defendant living during those years, the best you can recall?
All over the place.
What do you mean by all over the place?
Well, he had a home that was in Mequon, but his job took him all over all over. So he was sometimes in different areas or different states.
And when he would be back in this area, would he continue to reside at that Mequon residence?
Yes.
And then would how would he see you and the kids when he was back in this area?
He would like come in town for the weekends, or he'd come over on the weekend when he wasn't working, and that's kind of what he would do. Is he'd stay overnight at my house with the kids and with us, and then yeah.
And up until 2020, did he really ever take the kids overnight away from your home?
No, the kids mostly stayed overnight at my house. When he first moved into the house, there were a couple of times where we all stayed there together, but primarily the children were at my house. They had their rooms all set up at my house.
And fast forwarding to 2019, what was the status of your relationship with the defendant romantically during 2019?
It was very tumultuous in 2019. It was not, we weren't doing well. It was, it was a relationship on its way out.
And ultimately, did that relationship end for good at some point in 2019?
Yes, December of 2019.
Now, prior to that, in your on and off relationship with the defendant from 2008 to 2019, had you been actively seeking out other relationships during that 11-year period?
No.
To your knowledge, had the defendant been actively seeking out other relationships during that period?
Yes.
Now, what happened in December of 2019 that made this relationship end for good?
I'm going to object that this question is calling for other acts evidence.
It doesn't, well, I'm going to just wonder what the relevance is.
Well, Judge, one of the many, I think, potential defenses here is that she was stringing him along, so I'm trying to lay the foundation for when their relationship officially ended, so then we can get into when she officially moved on. I don't need the details of...
The question is much broader than that. It
I'll
asks for a
rephrase.
universe of possibilities. And the other thing is, except in those cases where the one of the parties says to the other, get lost, I don't know when a relationship, quote, officially ends.
Right, which she would explain for us yet, but
Okay.
I will specify
All right.
better.
All right.
Ultimately, in December of 2019, was there an argument that ended the relationship in your mind?
Yes.
And then from December of 2019 through January of 2020, did you have really any contact with the defendant at all?
No.
And does that include him not seeing the kids?
Correct.
When was then the first time you recall having contact with the defendant after not speaking with him at all in January of 2020?
Sometime in February of 2020.
And what was the nature of that conversation in February of 2020?
I'm going to object as far as relevance. It's also outside this charging scope.
What about the relevance?
Well, Judge, state of mind of all of the parties in terms of motive, jealousy, all of these things about what she understood the relationship to be versus what she had communicated to him, because it then results in what we have accused as of stalking type behavior. So I do believe it's highly relevant and probative in terms of what the relationship was through all the stages up till when we charged the first instance of stalking.
But you qualify your question between what, I'm paraphrasing, but what she thought the relationship was, and then you inquire what she communicated to him, so that answering the first part of the question becomes speculation on his part as to what she's thinking. Yeah, am I confused in this more?
Yeah.
Okay. What she was thinking is the state of mind of all the parties. Well, there are only two parties: the state and the accused. She is a complaining witness, And if he's going to be accountable for behavior in which he should know her thinking, then it needs to have been communicated to him.
Correct, which is why I'm asking about a meeting they had in February of 2020 regarding the status of their relationship moving forward.
I didn't say that was a problem.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you rephrase your question?
Sure. After communication had been reopened between you and the defendant, did you meet up with him in February of 2020?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of the discussion you had with him regarding how you were going to be moving forward together?
So he reached out to me, and I agreed to have a conversation with him, but only outside in my driveway. And so we had a conversation, and in that conversation, I expressed to him that I was done with the relationship, and that I did not see it being repairable at that point, based off of what had happened. So I kind of made it clear, and wanted to kind of figure out, what an agreeable, something agreeable for the kids, like to see the kids, because that's ultimately what he wanted. So I was thinking that was fine to come up with something to do with the kids, but I was done with the relationship. So.
And did you take any affirmative steps to move on or potentially look for a new relationship moving forward?
I did. I kind of just dabbled on Facebook dating.
And did you meet someone named Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. on Facebook dating?
I did.
And approximately when in February of 2020 do you recall connecting with him over that app?
February 13th.
And did you then start exchanging messages with Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, we started chatting on Facebook, dating app for a little bit, and then we exchanged messengers and started to chat that way.
Since your relationship with the defendant, since I think you said 2007, was this the first new relationship you had ever really attempted at that point?
Yeah, yes.
Now, at some point, did you and Mr. Gutierrez agree to meet up at his residence on February 29th?
I don't object. There's been a long string of leading questions at this point.
Well, it is. In form is leading, but it's. I don't think it reaches the level of suggestiveness as to be objectionable. So it's overruled.
You can answer.
Can you repeat it again?
Sure. Did you and Mr. Gutierrez arrange to meet up at his house for the first time on February 29th of 2020?
Yes.
Just direct your attention to the screen. I'm showing states that 212. Ms. Beecham, would it be accurate based on the to and from? You would be then in pink, and Mr. Gutierrez would be in this yellow?
Yes.
Okay. So he says to you, so don't judge my spot, I haven't cleaned, LOL. You then say back, not at all, LOL. And then you ask, we're just staying at your place, right? Like I can wear comfy clothes, or are we going somewhere? And he responds, be comfy, babe, maybe somewhere to eat, but just chill night. You then say, okay, sweet, I'm leaving soon. and he then texts you 3709 15th Street, apartment 1B in Kenosha.
Yes.
And then he asks you how far a drive is that for you? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Now, up until this point, had you been to his residence, best you can recall?
No.
So then you indicate, forgot my phone, leaving again 50 minutes. And he says, LOL, okay. He asks you about a beverage preference. And then moving down here, he ultimately says to you on 2/29 at 6:26 p.m., shared my location because GPS doesn't always send to the right place. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
And when you met up with him on February 29th, do you recall having any problems getting to his residence?
Yes.
And what was that problem, if best you can recall?
I went to the wrong building. I went around the GPS took me around to the side of the building. So then when I got there, I called him, and he said he directed me back around where I was supposed to be.
Now, right around that same time frame, did you have some sort of vacation planned with friends?
Yes.
And where were you and your friends?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning the trip that she's about to talk to. The states, this is all hearsay evidence that what's going to come out. She was in Mexico. She did not observe anything that was here, that was going on here.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. You're objecting
That this line of questioning is calling for hearsay evidence, that they're going to try to get into a situation that occurred here in the state of Wisconsin when Ms. Beecham was away in Mexico. She has no personal knowledge of those other than what was told to her by another individual.
So there's conversation she has with the defendant surrounding this incident. The other individual, Ms. Jekyll, will be present in court and will testify regarding what she witnessed at that same time. But this is giving the context of the state of mind of the defendant when she goes on vacation, and then their communications both via the phone as well as via text message afterwards.
The testimony of the accused, of course, is non-hearsay.
Sure.
Not testimony. The statements attributed to the accused are non-hearsay. The statements, which, if there are any that are attributed to someone who, how did this other person become aware of the content of the discussion?
So the other person was at Ms. Beecham's home when the defendant came in and caused a scene. So she was a first-hand witness to it, and then Ms. Beecham, in response, had to have contact with both the defendant and Ms. Jekyll.
So
You're going to have to make particularized objections to what you claim to be hearsay.
Sure, and it's just, I'll do it as the question goes on, but it is to Rebecca Jekyll. It's not obviously to the defendant.
Okay, go ahead.
So when was this vacation supposed to take place?
First week of March.
And previously, when you talked about having a conversation with the defendant in February regarding the kids, did you mention this vacation to him in any way?
No,
And why not?
because it was none of his business. He didn't need to know. We weren't together, so there was no reason for him to know what I was doing. And he was going to be out of town as well. So, and I had the kids. I had everything planned for the kids and child care all set up. So there wasn't really any reason for him to know.
And at what point during this trip did you become aware that something was wrong back home?
I got a call in the middle of the night from a friend of mine stating that Zachariah had entered the home and he
Okay, I'm going to
was
object and ask that be
Just a
struck.
moment. This sounds.
So, Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It is literally to get us to the next place. And as stated, it's conversations that then are subsequent to this, which are the same day, essentially, that this has occurred. but then also Ms. Jekyll will testify about this, so she will be able to be crossed regarding what she told Ms. Beecham. So it won't just be her understanding of what Ms. Jekyll said.
The definition of hearsay is a statement by a person while the person is not on the witness stand under oath and subject to cross-examination, which is offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which would be the content of what the person told the witness during this phone call. So it sounds kind of hearsay-ish. And as I've discussed previously, I'm not a believer in the Trojan horse that it's being offered to explain why a witness did the next thing or whatever. But that's just in that event, it's irrelevant. So the content of the phone call, it sounds to me, is hearsay. It might not be. Well, the caller, if the caller has personal knowledge, then if the caller is here and subject to cross-examination and under oath, you can admit the evidence that way. But on the other hand, this nocturnal phone call, I would be going in blind now if I overruled the objection to whatever the sources of knowledge the caller had, which may themselves have been hearsay. So,
the caller's an eyewitness. The person
you say the witness. I don't know what the witness is going to say when
Sure.
she's called. All I know is that someone calls in the middle of the night and gives some information, and I suppose if she had started, no, I'm not going to get into that, but the objection is sustained.
To your knowledge, where was the defendant supposed to be out of town while you were in Mexico?
I understood that he was going to be in South Dakota.
And which of your friends did you set up childcare with to watch the kids while you were in Mexico?
My friend Rebecca.
And ultimately, did a situation arise at some point that caused concern where you were contacted about the defendant arriving at your residence?
Yes.
What time of day do you recall receiving that call without telling me what the call was about?
About 3 a.m.
Would that be 3 a.m. when you were in Mexico, or is that that time here?
I'm not exactly sure on the time, but it was about 2, 3, anywhere before between 2 and 3 a.m. In Mexico. So it woke me up.
And at that point, the defendant was at your residence?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Ultimately, did you speak to the defendant about this?
Yes. I called him when I was informed that he was in the home. I called him, and he did not answer, and so then I contacted law enforcement.
At any time previous to you leaving for vacation, had you invited the defendant to come over to your home?
No.
And best you can recall, what were the days of your trip to Mexico back in 2020?
I believe it was like March 3rd through the 10th or something like that.
Ultimately, were you able to get text communications through to the defendant on March 6th of 2020?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 199 and ask if this is a phone number for the defendant that you recognize was in your phone as Zachariah.
Yes.
message. This at 5:36 p.m. on the 6th of March. Did he send you a text that says, "Go do your vacation proper. It's Friday. Probably going to be almost as memorable as Saturday. Travel safe. No coronavirus or herpes if you can help it. Never know what kind of bug you might catch on vacation. Sometimes what happens in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas. I don't want the kids to get pink eye, or is the coronavirus deadly?" Is that a text message he sent to you?
Yes.
Then moving down a little bit, you get a text from him that says, "Since your new somebody is looking to see you soon as possible, what if I keep the kids Tuesday night as well? Don't want you to have to sneak anyone into the house after sending the kids to bed. Don't want the kids coming downstairs to pee and overhearing any sweet talking. Might mess with them hearing you and the new boo calling each other babe and whatever." And then you respond to that with, "Honestly, babe, first I think it's fucked up that someone is keeping you updated as they somehow think I were to start dating again, that it's a bad thing. Second, why do you care to continue getting updates from said informants? LOL. And third, I don't need your help to find happiness. You had your chance. Many, 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 many." Was that your response to him?
Yes.
And then he responds, "I just offered to watch the kids. Don't get mad because people want to give me reliable information when you don't. It just happens to be about the guy you dumped me for, I suppose. There is some curiosity for sure." And then his next message, talking about, "My last 3 years at AT&T was a downhill slide. I wish I would have made you and the kids come with. 2.5 years after that has been mostly sleep-deprived, physical anguish, and crying all alone, dreaming of suicide. Not sure what popped in my back, but every day I can breathe again, and I want to rest. I want the rest of my days to have love and happiness." Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did you know him to have back pain at some point during your relationship?
Yes.
And during this time frame, had that gotten better?
Yes, he told me it did.
Then we have another text from later on that same day. "The boys said some guy came over to hang the TV. I asked Liv if it was Leo. She said she asked Becky, and Becky couldn't help smiling. I wish she paid as close attention." And you respond with, "The boys were all over Tony when he was hanging the TV, and you should probably stop probing our 11-year-old for information. Geez, cut it out. I'll fucking tell you if I'm into someone, good God. And, oh, you were expecting indiscretion around my babies, our more than impressionable daughter. Fuck no. I want her to know how a man is supposed to treat her, not control her and make her fear him." Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then he responds back later on that evening, "I won't stalk you. You have told me more than you needed, just putting some thoughts and feelings down. Your goodbye was very abrupt, still sorting myself out. Figured you could just ignore it or laugh at me." Is that accurate?
Yes.
Up until that point, had you told the defendant anything about your new Facebook dating relationship with Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
So you never told him anything about calling Mr. Gutierrez Leo?
No.
And just to be clear, Mr. Gutierrez was not on this Mexican vacation with you?
No.
So based on your conversation in February of 2020 with the defendant, did you believe you owed him any explanations about your personal life?
No.
And why did you believe that?
Because we were not together. We were not in a relationship. He was not allowed in my house. I was afraid of him, and we were not together.
Now, ultimately, when you get back from vacation in Mexico, do you continue seeing Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And would you describe your relationship as progressing towards something?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213. I believe you stated you got back from Mexico, you believe the 10th?
Yes.
So were these some text messages between you and, well, starting with, from Rosalio from the 10th of March after you had gotten back from Mexico?
Yes.
And did they include phrases such as, have I told you that when I kissed you, that I knew you were the one for me? And have I told you that I prayed for someone like you to come into my life? Leo then says, I feel like he answered my prayers. Babe, I honestly feel like we have happily ever after potential. Those all accurate?
Yes.
And then ultimately on that same day, later that night, you respond with, you did tell me and I like that?
Yes.
And then he says, love, confession time, I'm head over heels for you. Like I totally know you are for me. Like no questions asked, you are for me. And you respond back with, I feel some fantastic things are going to happen with us. And then a heart emoji.
Yep.
Now, up until this point of your relationship, have you really told anyone in your life kind of what's going on with you and this new guy, Rosalio Gutierrez?
The only one I told was, well, my close friends. So my best friend, Rebecca, other friends that were close to me.
And would that be the same Rebecca, Becky, that was watching the kids during your vacation?
Yes.
Did you tell anything to your, at that point, 11-year-old daughter regarding this new relationship you were starting?
No, I didn't disclose it.
And why is that?
Because it was a new relationship and that was kind of new territory for me. So I didn't really want to talk to her about that yet. I didn't feel it was appropriate.
Is your daughter kind of inquisitive?
She is. She's very curious. She was into phones at that time, so also it was a matter of just her not going into phones and things like that. So I knew she was gonna try to find things out if she knew somebody's name or if she knew something. So I just kind of kept those things to myself right at the moment.
At some point in March, does your daughter learn the name Leo?
She did.
And how did that happen?
So I picked her up from school, and we were in the car, and on the Bluetooth, the name popped up. So, and it was Leo on the screen. And so then she had asked who Leo was, and I said, oh, it's, a friend of mine. And, she said hi, he said hi or whatnot. And then we just kind of ended the phone call. And I just, explained to her that it was a new friend of mine.
Now, obviously, there was an incident that happened with the defendant being at your house while you were in Mexico. When you got back from Mexico...
I'm going to object. That question is argumentative.
The formation of the question...
I can rephrase it.
That would be fine.
After you found out the defendant had been at your home in the early morning hours while you were in Mexico, after you returned, did you set up another meeting with him?
Judge, same objection.
The problem is that your formation of the question imports...
I'll rephrase again.
Thank you.
After getting back from Mexico, did you set up another meeting with the defendant at the chocolate factory?
Yes.
And what is the chocolate factory for those of us that aren't from your area?
It's just a sub shop, like a sub salmon shop.
And what was the purpose of this meeting at the chocolate factory with the defendant?
At this time, I had papers for working out a schedule for the kids. So I wanted to discuss like an amicable schedule and agreement so that he could see the kids, and that it wouldn't be while I was at home and like it was before. So I just wanted to sit down and come to some kind of an agreement that maybe we could agree on to take to like the courts and just, you know, show them that we agreed on the schedule. And so that was my intention of that meeting.
And you indicated that was your intention. What do you mean by that?
My intention was to meet to discuss the children, the schedule for the kids, and something that we could agree upon. And
did the defendant have that same goal in mind, or was he also trying to do other things during that
I'm
meeting?
going to object as far as speculation.
Well, based on his answers and responses, I think.
Well, for starters, it's a leading question.
What did the defendant say during this meeting that was perhaps different than what your intention was in having the meeting?
He wanted to talk about how he wanted to get back together. So it was, he didn't want to discuss that. He wanted to talk about why we weren't going to get back together, why I couldn't, you know, he just tried to get back together with me. It was more about that.
And what was your answer to him about wanting to get back together?
I again just kind of iterated that the relationship was over and that it just was past its point. So it was more about the kids at this point. I just wanted to come up with something agreeable for the kids.
And after this meeting, did the defendant finally give up trying to get back together with you?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Just saying.
What, if anything, did the defendant do after this meeting towards you that made you believe potentially he wasn't ready to give up on the relationship yet?
He would constantly text me, call me, send me, you know, emails, these kind of woe is me emails, and just trying in every direction to try to get back with me, or just try to like almost in a harassing way, like just constantly emailing me all hours of the night, texting all hours, bringing me flowers, just.
And during this time frame, roughly March 16th of 2020, do you recall finding out that your daughter had gone through your phone?
Yes.
And did you, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214. These couple of texts between you and Rosaleo, regarding the fact that you had found that out, Rich. 3:16 at 4:27 p.m. Liv got in my phone, LOL, and then he reacted with the laughed at and just saw this text. What did she say? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And how did you know that your daughter had gotten into your cell phone?
Because she confronted me about it.
So had she read some of the messages between you and Leo at that point?
She said that she saw a message from Leo to me.
Now, as March progressed, was the contact with the defendant the same that you previously talked about him trying to get back together with you and things like that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 200. Text messages from March 19th at roughly 11:32 in the morning. From the defendant to you. Well, you getting your hair pulled by your new boo tonight and tomorrow. I am not sure what time I will be home later and if I have the kids tomorrow. And you respond with WTF, either help or don't. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What was this conversation about? If you can recall.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I asked him to help with the kids or something.
And then later on, at 11:41 that day, he says, damn, put the gun down. I got the kids tomorrow and next week. And then he says, I'm saying maybe I get them in the mornings. You got us someone. We can be pals all you want, but I'm dying inside and don't want to be left out in the cold. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then further down, a little bit further down that day, he indicates to you that he loves you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there's a text at 7:45 the next day. Since you are going to be checking your messages later, and I don't want you to have messages from all your new dudes and not me, and he sent you that message. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then moving on to March 21st of 2020, a message from him at 5:20 p.m. You and Leo got date night tonight. What's the plan? Is that a message that you received from him?
Yes.
Had you ever at that point personally told the defendant who Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. was?
No.
So when he knows the name Leo, that's not something you ever shared with him?
No.
Now, subsequent to some of those text messages you just saw from the defendant, does he continue to do things to try to get back together with you after that?
I'm going to object as far as speculation.
She can testify as to what her perception of events was, but the jury will keep in mind that she's incorporating her perception, her conclusions, and it's not, she has no way of knowing, obviously, what's in his mind. Go ahead.
Based on your perception of the defendant's words and actions subsequent to some of the texts we've seen from the middle of March, does he continue to try to get back together with you in the following weeks?
Yes.
And does he do that in the same ways you previously described regarding phone calls, text messages, gifts?
Yes.
Does he continue to tell you that he loves you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 202, text messages from March 29th of 2020. At 10:07 p.m., does he send you a text? I don't have any fight for you. I don't have any arguments. I have some questions, some feelings. Good night, Sadie Bear. I love you. Does he send that to you?
Yes.
Then good morning. Have whatever kind of day you want. I love you.
Yes.
Then does he call you, it appears 3 times between noon and 4:30 p.m. that on the 30th?
Yes.
And then on the night of the 31st, does he send you a text, and I love you?
Yes.
And to any of these texts, do you respond in kind?
No.
So moving into April of 2020, have you still, I'm sorry, strike that. Moving into April of 2020, have you chosen to share any information about your new relationship with the defendant?
No.
In conversations with you, does he have information about Mr. Gutierrez that you did not share with him?
Yes.
And what kind of information does he share with you in the early parts of April of 2020 that you did not share with him that he somehow knows about Mr. Gutierrez?
His name, and also he mentioned where he lived.
And during the early parts of April of 2020, based on efforts and deeds by the defendant, is it your perception that he's still trying to get back together with you?
Yes.
And would it be in all the same ways that you've previously testified, gifts, phone calls, text messages?
Yes. He would use, and sometimes he'd use two different phones to text me on, so it would get kind of confusing. So it would either be like texts, emails, texts on two different phones, just a lot of harassing, trying to get back together. Why can't we? Just not letting it go.
And were you aware that during some of these phone calls between you and him that he was recording you?
No, I did not know at that time.
I'm going to play for you a video recording regarding a telephone call from April 8th of 2020. Exhibit 255.
That was April 8th, you said?
Yes.
Sorry, if you don't mind just pausing, if you could just let us know the timestamp of where you started playing it from.
Yes. Give me a second. 9:04.
Get the fuck out of my shit. It's not any fucking excuse. I'm trying, but you're not giving me the thing. You just want to keep confronting me about something that isn't fucking there.
I'm not asking for it.
Well, I don't know what you're asking
Stand the
for.
fuck over here. Leaving you your space. I send you a text message. I get a cold fuck off every night.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
I say good night to you just the same as you say to me. It's not good enough. Fine, it's not good enough. Is it ever going to be?
No, you don't say I love you. You don't say it just the same as I say it to you. And that's okay. That's okay because I earned it. I know I did.
I'm not trying to not say I love you to you.
I'm trying to play every card I can to say that there's a future here. Every time something happens and I'm like, fuck, dude, you are killing me. You answer it? You see? You see how you're pushing me away? Dude, I'm fucking dying over here. I'm asking for your time and attention. I'm asking that we come together as a couple and raise our fucking kids.
I don't know that we can right now. I don't know I'm in that space right now with you. I kept telling you that. It's not any different right now. You want a day or two to make a change? I don't see it making a change in a day or two. It's just don't, I mean,
It's not a day, it's a month now. Don't get I love you. It's not a month now. It's 4 weeks, 3.5 weeks. It's telling me I love you every day.
I
Bringing you
know.
calls, it's trying to get...
I understand.
No,
I
you
understand
think that
what
is
you're
bad
trying to
thing.
do. I get it, and I'm not appreciating it. I see it. I understand. It's not that. It doesn't just flip the switch.
I'm not asking for it to flip the switch. I'm asking for some reciprocity. HablamosTv.
Stopping at 10:57. So in that conversation, do you recognize the two voices that you heard?
Yes,
And who are those two voices?
that's Zachariah and myself.
And did you know that that was being recorded?
No,
And when you indicate that you perceived he was trying to get back together with you, is that what you're talking about?
yes,
And did you have any interest in getting back together with him?
no.
And how would you explain that to him when he would bring this up time and time again?
I would just try to explain to him that, that I still, cared about him, as the father of my kids, and that I wanted things to be, as civil and amicable as possible, but that we just couldn't be in a relationship. It was just too toxic. It was too. I just kept reiterating that to him that, I didn't want it to be ugly. I just wanted it to be done.
Now, in this time frame, are you still seeing, this would have been April 8th of 2020, are you still seeing Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes,
And is that relationship progressing towards something in your opinion?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as dates 2/15. Text messages from April 17th of 2020 between you and Mr. Gutierrez.
I'm sorry, counsel, the date was?
April 17th, 2020. Is this text read from, he's now on your phone as Junior, is that accurate?
Yes.
And why is he now on your phone as Junior when before it was Leo?
Because he started harassing me about Leo, and my daughter knew that.
I'm sorry, when you say he started harassing me, who do you mean?
Zach started harassing me using Leo, and I kind of started having a feeling that my daughter was giving him information from my phone, and she knew that his name was in my phone as Leo, so I changed it so that she wouldn't be able to find it as easy and report back.
So, April 17th, he says, babe, I miss you, and you respond back, I miss you too, I think I'm kind of falling for you, Rosalio, and then he loves that message. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And at this point of April of 2020, how often are you able to go see Mr. Gutierrez?
We tried to see each other like every other weekend or like a couple times a week.
And have you involved your kids in any of those meetings in any way?
No.
So when you go see Mr. Gutierrez, who would potentially be watching your children?
So at this point, we had, Zach was very adamant about seeing the kids and having them stay at his house now. So I allowed kind of to let him do that, and we didn't have a schedule, so it was too hard to kind of nail him down with a schedule because he would just want them whenever. So I kind of worked with that. So it was whenever he wanted the kids for a couple of days, and then he would usually have them, and then I would go and hang out with Rosalio.
During April of 2020, would the defendant make comments to you about you not being home at night?
So there were a few times where I would stay over at Rosalio's, and then I would get like text messages from Zach saying, oh, I see your car's in the driveway, or you didn't come home last night, or things like that.
Approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 203, text messages between you and the defendant from April 21st. Now I see the first one we're talking about, April 21st at 9:58 p.m. appears to be a series of dots from the defendant. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then you respond back about an hour and 15 minutes later with a series of dots?
Yes.
Is there a reason? Is there some meaning to the dots, or is that just how he texted you that day?
I just responded to what he texted.
Now, looking down, now we're a couple of hours later, now 1:43 in the morning, a text from him that says, "I am sure he is a great guy." Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then roughly 6.5 hours later at 8:15, he tells you, "We stopped by to grab warmer clothes for heading to the lake house. Looks like you didn't make it home, ... again." And you responded back, "I'm about to be in a conference call in a minute. In short, I'm tired of all your accusations about where I am. You're really overly paranoid." And then you tell him, "I'm just at Becky's, you fool, enough." And then he says, "It wasn't an accusation, it was an observation." Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, in terms of that day, did you talk to the defendant about what your plans were after you dropped the kids off? Did you give him a play-by-play of what you'd be doing that night?
No,
And why not?
because it wasn't any of his business. I wasn't in a relationship with him, so he didn't need to know what I was doing and where I was coming and going.
Turning your attention towards April 24th, April 25th, what day is your daughter's birthday?
April 25th.
And what was the plan between you and the defendant regarding who would have the kids for that special day for your daughter?
So we had come to an agreement that we would have separate birthday parties for her birthday.
And why is that?
Because I was not allowing I was not allowing Zach in my house. I was afraid of him, and I had suspicions that he was keeping tabs on me, so I just wanted to keep him as far away from me in that situation. So we agreed to have birthday parties at his house, one at his house and one at mine. He had bought our daughter a skateboard, and he wanted to present the skateboard to our daughter as a family. And so I agreed to meet them at his house to do that. And so the plan was that my daughter and the kids would stay at his house the night before her birthday. So then I could decorate the house and get everything all set up for her birthday party after his house. So the plan was then the next morning I would go to his house, meet the kids there, present the birthday present to Olivia or to our daughter, and then take the kids back home with me, and then we would have our birthday party there without him.
And on the night of the 24th, did the defendant take the kids to his house as planned?
Yes, he did.
And did you then have a company come to your house that night?
Yes, I invited Rosalio to come over.
And was he going to help you decorate for the birthday party?
Yes, we eat dinner and he helped me decorate.
And did Mr. Gutierrez spend the night that night?
Yes.
And did something happen in the early morning hours that caused you concern in terms of hearing something?
Yes, so we were getting ready to retire, to go to bed. I don't know, it was like 2 2:30 in the morning. We just laid down, and then I heard the doorbell ring. And I was kind of like, what's that? And I got up, and we both got up and went to the door and I didn't see anything or anybody. So then I went to the window. I have like a bay window that was outside of my bedroom, and I kind of opened up the blinds and peeked out. And as I peeked out, I saw a black car going past the road right in front of the house. And I just assumed, knowing that Zach had a black car, that could have possibly been him. So that's my thought, was that, oh my goodness, he was here at the house and rang the doorbell or something.
And you indicated, obviously, Mr. Gutierrez was there that night. Was the plan for him to be at the party the next day?
No. Yeah, he was there that night. I kind of briefly told him I thought that my ex had been at the house. And so then that morning, he went out to his truck and he came back in and he was like, hey, did I go in my truck last night? I was like, no. And he's like, well, everything's all messed up in my car and things are like outside of my glove box and they're laying on my console. And he's like, I think he may have gotten in my car last night. I'm like, oh boy. So, we just kind of parted our ways. I said, I have to go to this birthday party. We agreed to talk later.
We're just going to show you what's on State's Exhibit 1, photograph number 1. Do you remember, is this the truck that Mr. Gutierrez was driving or had driven to your house that night that was gone through, in his words?
Yes.
And is that with license plate, looks like Colorado BAZT26?
Yeah, Colorado plates.
Now, you had talked about what the plan was supposed to be for your daughter's birthday. What ended up actually happening on the 25th after the doorbell incident early that morning?
I went to his house and had the get together. And Zachariah's sister surprisingly came into town unexpectedly to surprise our daughter. Her daughter was very happy about that, and she was not very happy with me. She refused to hug me or kiss me that day. She didn't talk to me very much. I kind of had a feeling something was off, and that maybe she knew that Rosalio came over last night, but I didn't know how. So, it was kind of awkward. But then we were getting ready to leave, and our daughter asked if her aunt and everybody could come over to our house. So I had agreed, with the caveat that they would all stay outside and hang out on the deck, because I, again, did not want Zach in the house, and especially after having this feeling that my daughter was hating me and it was her birthday, and it was just also weird. So, like I said, I agreed to let everybody kind of come back to the house and hang outside. We opened presents, had cake and everything, and then our daughter wanted to stay over at her aunt's house. So I agreed, said that was fine. And then, so as everybody was leaving, Zachariah wanted to stay and talk to me, and I said, well, can we talk with your family here? And he's like, no, they can go. And I said, no, I want to talk with your family here. And so he confronted me kind of at the door and said, you know, I had this premonition that you were with somebody else last night, and you were wearing, you know, this pink tank top, and you were listening to this song, and I know what song you were listening to, and come on, tell me, and just harassing me and badgering me about, you know, this premonition that he had, and oh, and I have these when, you know, when I break up with people, and you know that, and you know, I'm like, I don't know what you must have been here last night. The only way you would have known any of this. And he's like, no. And then we got into some kind of a back and forth about it. And he started walking away. And as he was walking away, he was like, yeah. His name is, and he just rattled off his name, his full name, and yelled it at me and said, and you know, he's Mexican, and just rattled off things he should not have known. And so that I said, you know, you had to have been here. And he didn't tell me until he finally kind of came close to me and said, yeah, I was. I needed to know. And yeah, that was kind of the conversation.
I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as States Exhibit 51 and 52. Can you just tell me what these are?
Pictures of the inside of my house, the birthday party with the decorations and my kids.
Judge, I would ask to publish these to the jury without using the Elmo, given the minors.
Can I see them first?
Oh, absolutely. 51 and 52. Ms. Beecham, in these pictures, is that what the decorations looked like the night that you and Mr. Gutierrez set up the night before the party?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's States Exhibit 1 and 318. This investigation, were you made aware of some videos that had been recovered from the defendant's Motorola G6 cell phone?
Yes.
And were those shown to you at different points to see if you could identify anything in the videos as being your residence?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
So I'm going to play the first one, which is State's Exhibit 1, item number 318. Tell me what, if anything, you recognize from your home.
It's the patio back, looking into the kitchen. It's like a back deck.
So when you say that,
That right there. That's the deck, and then there's a big, huge, sliding door that looks right into the kitchen, and then that goes, like if you look further, that looks even further into the living room.
and were you able to identify the decorations that are currently strung there as the same ones that you and Mr. Gutierrez
I'm going to
had?
object, this is
Yep.
leading.
You can see.
Rephrase your question.
Did you recognize the decorations that are seen in this video?
Yes, you can see the happy birthday string that's on the top there, that was in the picture, and some of the color at the top, so red and crepe and pear.
And then I'm going to show you from State's Exhibit 1.
Sorry, just for the rule of completeness, I want to ensure, was that entire video, the video in its entirety played?
That 16-second clip of a video was played in its entirety. Now I'm going to show you from State's Exhibit 1, item number 319. And Council, I will also play this in its entirety. It is a 3-minute and 6-second video. And Ms. Beecham, let me know if you recognize anything.
That's a window that's looking so you can see into my living room. Those are the curtains.
So, Ms. Beecham, the first video that was shown was kind of, you could see a kind of a patio and then a sliding door. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So where is that in reference to your house? Like, what room is off of that looking into your home?
So that would be the back side of the house. So there's like a side stairs that would go up, and then the deck goes around the back of the house. So it would be looking on the back deck, which is kind of big. So the back side of the house, into the kitchen is where it looks directly into.
And then you said the second video was looking into your living room?
Correct. So then that would be the side of the house here. There's 2 windows. So that would have been one of those windows that you could see directly into the living room.
Now, prior to playing those videos, you indicated that while at your house, the defendant talked about a premonition regarding what you were wearing. How did he describe what you were wearing that day to your best of your recollection?
He described exactly what I was wearing, the exact color of my shirt, and exactly what I was wearing.
And you talked about him referencing music or something to that effect. What was he saying about that caused you any concern, if anything?
He named the song that we were listening to, and he asked if that was the song that we were listening to, and I told him initially it said no, and he said, oh yeah, well let's see, let me in the house and I'll put it on, let's see what the last song you guys were listening to last night and you can prove it to me that you weren't. And I was like, no, that's crazy. But he named the song that we were listening to, so I knew that he had to have been listening or heard it or somewhere in the vicinity. Because it was a newer song, he wouldn't have known that was a song that I was listening to.
And do you recall what that song was?
Don't Touch My Truck.
Showing you State's Exhibit 204. Now, after the defendant tells you these things about his premonition and ultimately the details, and he leaves your residence, do you guys continue to argue via text message?
Probably.
So, April 25th at 1:55 p.m., do you tell him you're not a psychic, LOL, you're a stalker and not a good one? And he responds back with, I didn't say I was. These types of things come to me mostly with separations. Stalk you, I am not stalking you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there's a hour and 45-minute phone call that occurs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what was being discussed during that phone call?
I was telling him to leave me alone and to stop stalking me and having our daughter involved.
And then subsequent to that phone call, is there another text exchange starting at about 6:03 p.m., you texting him, maybe you can plan more time stalking me and taking pictures of me in the privacy of my home? And he says, what the fuck are you talking about now? And you said your lack of boundaries and your harmful actions. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then he tries to call you and you do not answer?
Yes.
Then you tell him illegally, and he says, illegal what? You said stalking and taking pictures of me, you said. And he says, what the hell are you talking about? And you indicate, you said you got a picture. And he says, no, I said I only had the image in my mind, and that women who entertain grown men past bar time probably don't have or intend on platonic relations. And you said, no, you didn't, you're lying. And he says, well, I am paraphrasing, not lying. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, during that phone call that we discussed, the hour and 45.
Well, I think, unless you're a question away from
No,
finishing the direct.
Unfortunately, Judge, I'm not.
Now, take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. I'm going to try to keep it down to 10 minutes, but if you're still in the courtyard, we won't start without you. Okay, let's continue.
Your bailiff indicated to us that in terms of some of the things that are playing, that they're having a little trouble hearing. So we just want, if we could strategize for just a second with the court's permission. Okay, pause. Better.
Is that better? Is that still?
Still better, but still not great.
Play this and have the jurors closer together, and we're calling over our B person, but he's not here.
This is
255.
We have a strategy other than our speaker going over there to enhance the jury's intellectual.
Very knowledgeable opinion. It's the background noise, it's muffling it, and without a total revision, professional revision, I don't think you're going to be able to improve it. But that's just my opinion. And years of working with this system.
I have been in here before where our investigator has been able to make things significantly louder. So
If he can.
We have a.
Was loudness the problem, or is it just the ambient noise that between the?
Well, I don't want to speak for the jury, but it appears to me that at least a base problem is how loud it is.
Give it a try.
You can talk to me about something that isn't happening there.
I'm not asking.
So maybe double it up.
Or just put it by the microphone. Mike, AV guy says put it by the microphone.
What about this?
No, that's a speaker. This is a microphone. So if we put it by a microphone, it's going to try to significantly assist. Just put it on the end of Vinny's table here.
Get the fuck out of my shit. It's not any fucking excuse. I'm trying, but you're not giving me this case. I just want you to come to me about something.
Stop.
jurors on the left. Good? Did you hear that? It's okay. Yeah.
Better?
Right.
Significantly better.
Our other option is we can turn it all the way up and put that closer to them at the front of the jury box.
When you say that, you mean
But then it might
jawbone.
blast. But then it might like totally blast the jurors
Yeah,
in front.
okay.
All right, so I'm gonna, with the court's permission, I'm gonna replay the telephone conversation between Sadie and the defendant from April 8th that we had previously played for you that apparently was very hard to hear, with the court's permission.
Go ahead.
With
From-
the same time.
Yep, from 9:07, or as close as I can get to it, to 10:57.
Well, you knew this too. Get the fuck out of my shit.
excuse you can't use the same
No, it's
word
not
as
any
I.
fucking excuse. I'm trying, but you're not giving me the space. You just want to keep confronting me about something that isn't fucking there.
I'm not asking for it.
No, I don't know what you're
I'm
asking
staying the
for.
fuck over here. Leaving you your space. I send you a text message, I get a phone fuck off every night.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
I say every day, just as soon as you say to me, it's not good enough. Fine, it's not good enough. Is it ever going to be?
No, you don't say I love you. You don't say just the same as I say to you. And that's okay. That's okay, because I heard it. I know I did.
I'm not trying to not say I love you to you.
I'm trying to play every card I can to say that there's a future. Every time something happens, and I'm like, fuck you, you're killing me. You answer it, you see? You see how you're pushing me away? Dude, I'm fucking dying over this. I'm not asking for your time and attention. I'm asking if we come together as a couple and raise our fucking kids.
I don't know what you're saying right now. I don't know you're in that space right now. I've told you that. It's not, it's different right now. You want a day or two to make a change? I don't see it making a change in a day or two. I just don't understand it.
Not a day, it's a month now. Don't get a lot of you outside the house now. So telling you 40, 300. It's telling you I love you every day. Waiting on the Lord, trying to get.
I understand.
No,
I understand
see,
what
that's
you're
what
trying to do. I get it, and I'm not appreciating it. I see it. I understand. It's not that. It doesn't just flip the switch.
I'm not asking for the flip the switch. I'm asking for some reciprocity. I'll do anything.
Is that better?
Okay, only took 2 devices, microphones, and
I am going to play anyway.
yeah.
Prior to the break, we were on April 25th of 2020, after the conversation you had with the defendant regarding his premonition, and then there were subsequent phone calls. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you aware at that time that that phone call was being recorded?
No.
Can we take that mic back, please? I have a mic here. Same exhibit 255. Oh, same one.
There's no line to cross, Sadie. Have your life.
There's a fucking line, regardless of my fucking life, and that is what you fucking cross. And it's not okay. None of it is okay. And if you think it is okay, then you go figure that shit out.
You kicked me to the curb, Sadie. You got other guys.
To the fucking curb and go to yourself. I was fucking honest about it. You don't want to fucking hear it. You want to hear it a different way. I don't know what to tell you.
No, you said give you some space. Not you got dudes coming over to spend the night. Okay, so.
Give me some space to do what the fuck I want to do in my own time.
Yeah, whatever you want to do does not mean.
That does not mean that you get to decide who I fucking hang out with, or that it's wrong that I do or I don't.
No, I'm not saying wrong. I'm not saying wrong.
And
Sadie, I think.
but no, really sorry, but okay, no.
You need to get.
Ms. Beecham, you seem pretty fired up in that conversation. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, just for record
Yes.
purposes, can I have the timestamp of when that ended?
Apologies, Counsel, 3:38. And why were you that angry during that phone call?
Because he wouldn't stop. I asked and had been as honest about my feelings and that there was no chance for a relationship, and he just would constantly try to have these kinds of conversations with me.
And that night, on the night of the 25th, did you have some subsequent conversations with your daughter regarding some of these things at all?
Yes. After Zach told me that he was at my house the night before, that he did look in the window and he did take a picture, I then was curious because obviously my kids were at the house with him. So I asked our daughter if she knew if Dad had left or kind of what had happened, and she told me that he did. And that he came to the house, that she knew he came to the house. And I asked her how she knew, and she said, well, Dad showed me a picture, and you were there with somebody else. And she began to tell me some details about that night as well, that she shouldn't have known either. And I asked her how she knew that, and she said that she had seen a video or a picture.
Now, the night of the 25th, she was staying somewhere else, is that accurate?
She was on the night of the 25th, she was at her aunt's house. Well, she was at her uncle's house, spending time with her aunt, yeah.
And did you then get the kids back the 26th?
Correct.
And did you have more in-depth discussions with your daughter regarding what had occurred or what she knew of what had occurred?
Yes.
And did you share some of that information with Mr. Gutierrez via text message on April 26th?
I did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 218. Just a second. Yes. .52 p.m. Do you text Mr. Gutierrez, it's been a mess since he brought the kids home? And he responds with, really, that sucks? Are you and her okay? And you respond with, we are now a bit, but more info. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then does Mr. Gutierrez ask, did he record more? And your answer is, he took your vehicle registration and note from a DJ. When he left today, he said, you know that fucker doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ. And then you say, I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And that whole part about DJ, what do you remember about a conversation with the defendant regarding him mentioning a DJ?
That is all he said was that there was a note in Mr. Gutierrez's car that he assumed was from someone that Mr. Gutierrez may have been involved with, and that I don't know what the letter said, but he felt as though that this was some kind of a love letter or something.
So the defendant was telling you that Mr. Gutierrez really loves this DJ?
Yes.
And then after those texts it says, and still has them, including this letter, so he definitely was here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did it freak you out at all, knowing that the defendant had been at your residence in the middle of the night?
Absolutely.
And why did that freak you out?
Because he was supposed to be with the children, and I was with the person that I was choosing to be with, so why would he need to be at my house?
Have you ever gone to the defendant's home in the middle of the night when you have the children to look through the windows?
Objection, relevancy.
State.
So after you had indicated, including this letter, so he was definitely here, does Mr. Gutierrez say, LOL, that's funny, so that note was in the passenger side back seat pocket, and then he has a letter from the last owner of the car, and you respond with, LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, LOL. And then he indicates that it was found the other day when she was riding in the back seat. And you say, really, I'm not worried or questioning. I'm fucking pissed he removed your personal information from your car. And then a minute later you say, Liv wants to meet your kids before you, LOL. What does that mean in terms of what you've now been talking to your daughter about, given what she's learned?
So I had a discussion with Olivia, with my daughter, and she had divulged some of this information that I'd found out about her dad having his information. So I was trying to ease her mind about the relationship, because now Zach had given her all of this negative information about him. So I wanted her to know who he was, and that he was a father, and that he had children too, and that, you know, he was a nice person, he was caring, you know, just all of those things. And that, you know, at some point, you know, I just tried to, because his kids were kind of the same age as my kids, so just trying to make her feel a little bit more comfortable about this person, and that, you know, from trying to counter all the negative stuff that she was being told. So that's what she had then said, well, as any kid would, well, I want to meet his kids before I meet him. So it was just kind of, I thought it was kind of cute, and so I just passed on that information.
Now, at this point in your relationship with Mr. Gutierrez, did you see it progressing further than what it currently was?
Yes, I mean, at this time we were seeing each other frequently and had conversations about moving forward.
Did Mr. Gutierrez ever tell you that he, after learning of his stuff being taken from his truck on 426, went over to the defendant's home?
He did not.
On April 26th, as part of your text conversations, did he text you back and forth with the idea that he wanted to pay him a visit?
He did. He'd said that he had thought about going over there and just confronting and, you know, letting him know, like, hey, amicably, like, hey, you know, I'm in a relationship with her, like, what's the deal? What do you need to know? I don't know, guy stuff, I guess.
But he never told you that he actually did that?
No. He said he was thinking of it and that he had gotten in the car and he was gonna, and then he just decided not to. And we kind of talked about it, knowing that how I might feel about that.
So after this April 25th incident regarding you believing the defendant had been at your house videotaping or taking pictures, did the defendant, in your opinion, or from your perception, get the message that you and he were
I'm going to
officially...
object to that speculation.
Did the defendant change tactics that you had previously described of the texts, the flowers, the gifts after seeing you with Mr. Gutierrez on the 25th?
I'm going to object to the word tactics.
Sustain his argument.
After April 25th, when he had seen you with Mr. Gutierrez, did the defendant change his behavior towards you in any meaningful way?
He just became more harassing, I guess, just more weird things. I mean, my daughter kept telling me about, you know, like things like, Mom, you should change your password. Dad can get into your emails.
I'm going to object and ask that be struck. The question was if she had observed Mr. Anderson's behavior change in any ways, and now the testimony is that her daughter told her certain things.
The objection is sustained in the, please disregard the answer. Go ahead.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Text messages between you and the defendant from April 28th at about 2:11 p.m. At 2:11 p.m., does he text you, "Not much is going to hurt worse than watching someone go to bed with the person you love and listen to them explore their space with the lights out"? And did you respond back with, "Shut up, you didn't hear anything, you assume. No one was exploring anything but the other side of our eyelids"? "Stop assuming, you're just slipping down the rabbit hole of your imagination." And he responds back with, "Yeah, goddamn imagination. None of that is any of my business though anyways." Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you meant by further texts that you felt were harassing?
Yes.
At that point on April 28th, had you told the defendant anything that would open the door to you guys getting back together?
No.
Now, up until this point, had you ever told the defendant anything about where Mr. Gutierrez lived?
No, I didn't tell him anything about him. I didn't divulge any information to him, and I was very vague about the information I divulged to our daughter as well.
An approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195, text messages between you and the defendant from April 29th of 2020. Is the first text from the defendant to you at 2:13 p.m. you looking in Kenosha yet?
Yes.
And in terms of you looking in Kenosha yet, what is that in reference to regarding what's going on in your life at this moment?
I'm going to object as far as speculation to what Mr. Anderson meant.
Was there some change happening in your life that was causing you to move out of the home that you had currently been occupying with your children?
Objection leading.
Were you looking at getting new housing, or were you going to be staying where you were at?
The house that I was living in was being sold, and so I needed to move. And so I was actively looking for another area to move to. And Zach knew that the house was being sold, and he knew that I had to move.
And at this point in April of 2020, do you really know anyone in Kenosha except for Rosalio Gutierrez?
I do not.
So now the next text from him at 2:15 p.m. says, maybe talk Booger into moving to Oak Creek. Question mark, is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, in this text message, obviously someone is being referred to as Booger. Who did the defendant mean in your understanding to be Booger? And how do you know that?
Rosalio, and I know this because he told me that...
Who told you?
Oh, sorry. Zachariah told me the night that he divulged that he was there looking in the window that he saw Rosalio pick his nose and wipe it on the couch. And so he then started to refer to him as Booger, and yeah.
And you respond to this text at 2:23 with WTF?
Yes.
And then he responds with, well, Liv was talking about her new brother and sister, said you had her sold on the new fam. Would this have been mere days after you had explained to Liv about who Rosalio was in terms of his family picture?
Yes.
Had you divulged any information to the defendant personally regarding Rosalio, his children, his family life, anything like that?
No.
Direct your attention to some further texts on
What was
April.
the date of that text? I'm sorry.
The last one was April 29th at 3:15 p.m.
Thank you.
Now, about 6 hours later, does the defendant then text you, makes me wonder if sleeping with someone else was just your own way of getting revenge? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then he changes it to sleeping next to someone else?
Yes.
And you respond with, I don't need to sleep with anyone. It's not about revenge. It's about respect. You never had any for me and still don't. Accurate?
Yes.
And then he responds with, I don't think it matters what I believe. I do respect you more than that dude that was laughing at you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, up until this point, would the only time you're aware of the defendant having seen you and Mr. Gutierrez together been that night on the 25th?
Yes.
April 30th of 2020, was there a conversation between you and Mr. Gutierrez regarding a Facebook friend request that caused you concern?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that request and why did it cause you concern?
Rosalio got a friend request from a friend of mine named Candace, and he asked me if I knew. He must have looked it up to know that it was a mutual friend or a friend of mine, and he said, you know, I'm getting a friend request from this girl named Candace, and she's saying that we met last summer, and I don't know who she is. And I recognize the name because she's a mutual friend of Zachariah and myself. And so I told Rosalio not to accept the friend request, and that it was probably in an attempt to...
I'm going to object as far as speculation to this witness and answering about.
Now, during the same time frame, did you have a conversation with the defendant where he brings up Mr. Gutierrez having some sort of pre-dating last summer relationship with Miss Mila?
Yes.
What do you recall about what he said was Candace's relationship with Rosalio?
Yes, he told me that that Candace had dated him or was seeing him last summer and had met him last summer, and that they had some kind of a relationship or something.
And was that conversation with the defendant in the same time frame as this friend request from Miss Mila to Rosalio?
Can you clarify?
The conversation you just described with the defendant where he's telling you that Miss Mila had some sort of older relationship with Rosalio, was that in the same time frame as the friend request that Mr. Gutierrez told you he got from Candace Mila?
Yes, yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning in regards to the friend request of Candace Miller as on the grounds of relevancy. This individual is not going to be testifying. It's pure speculation on behalf of this witness as to...
You know, I understand your anticipation, but I haven't got the biggest clue as to what she's going to go into now, nor how she's going to ask it. So let's just get a little deeper into it.
Approaching with 219. These text messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez from April 30th of 2020.
Again, Judge, I'm going to object to relevancy.
What is the relevance of this?
Just one of the many ways that someone can be accused of and convicted of stalking is gathering information about someone from third-party sources, from directly, indirectly. This is just corroborating what she indicates regarding Ms. Mila, and then ultimately that there was a friend request, and that does say one mutual friend, which would substantiate what she said regarding Ms. Mila.
But Judge, they're not calling this friend to testify to be able to say, I was instructed by so-and-so to do this, or any other explanation. So
let's have lunch. Let's break until 1:15. Is that convenient for everybody? And please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Discuss the case with anyone, even a fellow juror or a household member. And 1:15. Thank you. are we headed?
So, Judge, this is just as kind of stated in terms of this Candace Mila piece. The piece that actually matters to me is in this text conversation where Mr. Gutierrez says, "Who is Candace Mila?" The third response back, well, the first one is don't add her, then it's one of his best friends, but then this is the one that matters. He just called me saying some bullshit about Candace and you being friends on Facebook since last summer. So it's just another instance where she's indicating, I just spoke to the defendant who just told me that Candace Mila and you are Facebook friends, and Rosalio has just literally asked her, who is Candace Mila? So it's just putting a timing thing in. We do not plan to call Miss Mila, that is accurate.
I don't see how any of that's relevant then. If they're trying to use this information to make the assertion and establish a fact that Mr. Anderson's having third parties gather information, it's completely speculative and would be based just on their own assertion and theory, which is not a fact. And if it's not a fact, if it's not going towards making any element of stalking more or less probable, then it's not relevant.
But it is making it more or less probable in terms of he's now lying to her about this Candace Mila supposedly being Facebook friends with Mr. Gutierrez, predating Sadie's relationship with him. So it is, I believe, completely relevant to what the game the defendant is playing with Sadie regarding adding now a friend who's apparently trying to then make a Facebook connection with our complaining witness, the alleged decedent in this case.
But there's no evidence, Judge, that Mr. Anderson instructed Candace Mila to friend request Mr. Gutierrez. Additionally, the friend request was never accepted. So there's not even any communication. So what information gathering is the state even purporting? But there's this missing link of any evidence that Mr. Anderson instructed Candace Mila to present it. Also, I think it should not also come in because the state never even talked to Candace Mila. They don't know the truth behind this particular situation and is now trying to purport it in a certain way. We maintain our objection, Judge.
Judge, literally what she says back to him is he, meaning Zachariah, just called me saying some bullshit about Candace and you being friends on Facebook since last summer. So yes, it is a close in proximity time to when he gets this friend request from a friend of his, where then she's saying, and at the same time you're getting this friend request, my ex-boyfriend, who I believe is stalking me, is also telling me that she's been friends with him since last summer. So it's a completely relevant to everything we're discussing here today.
So it's demonstrably false because he says to her they've been friends since last summer, and in fact, he has just received a friend request. So it's demonstrably false.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
It's what the defendant has said to Sadie Beecham is demonstrably false. He said to her, hey, this person who's a mutual friend of ours, she's been friends on Facebook with Rosalio since last summer.
Didn't say that.
That's what the text says.
Nope, it said friends.
Well, wait a minute. What's going on here? Mr. Gridley was talking. Go ahead.
So and in fact, so she inquires. She asks Rosalio in these texts, do you know any? And he says, he says she just friend requested me, and then sent a photo shot of what was just a friend request. Says he doesn't know her. Who is she? Friend request. So it's the defendant communicating with Sadie, Sadie Beecham, providing false information to her regarding this topic. That's all it is. Whether he also put this woman up to it or not, we don't know. That's not what we're reporting. I mean, it's possible. Certainly it's a possibility, but we don't know that. All we know for sure is he brings it up to her. He provides her false information, and in close in time, he is receiving a friend request, meaning Rosalio, from her. The timing is interesting.
I just don't know how any of that is relevant to the charges that we're in. If they're saying he's providing her false information,
false information to sabotage the relationship. Trying to bring false information in, saying false people.
Just a minute. Information what?
To sabotage the relationship. trying to suggest there is another party that that Sadie Beecham should be concerned about, that there are issues, providing her, bolstering it by saying she's been a Facebook friend of his for a year, and that turns out to be demonstrably untrue.
But also, just this screenshot, what I was going to say before is that that's not relevant to the charge of stalking. If this isn't a custody battle, this isn't family court, if they had a toxic relationship, okay. This does not go to make any element more or less likely. Additionally,
where we left off was with Candace Mila. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 219. Are these text messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez from April 30th at about 9:51 p.m.?
Yes.
And on that date, does he ask you, who is Candace Mila?
Yes.
And your immediate response is, don't add her. It's one of his best friends. He just called me saying some bullshit about Candace and you being friends on Facebook since last summer. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And is that a phone call you had had with who? You say, he just called me. Who's he?
Zach.
Then at 9:55 p.m. on that day, does Mr. Gutierrez respond with, that's crazy, what is this guy up to? And you respond, I told him she doesn't know you and stop trying to super sleuth shit. And then you also ask, did she friend request you? Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez responds with, yes, just a couple of minutes ago. You respond, thought so, and he sends you a screenshot. Is this the screenshot, State's Exhibit 53, that Mr. Gutierrez then sent you that night regarding Miss Mila's friend request?
Yes. Yes.
And then ultimately you respond with, yeah, I figured, so he can see more of your page because it's probably private. What a creep. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, you immediately tell him not to add her. Why do you immediately tell him not to add Candace Mila?
Because they are good friends. And I knew that he would use her to try to get more information.
Now, we've been talking a lot about different phone messages during this time period, and you had before referenced that the defendant would send you things from different devices. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of things. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112. I'm going to hold it. Can you tell me what this is in terms of your knowledge about this case?
That's Zachariah's flip phone with the 689 number.
And is this the primary phone he normally uses with other people?
Yes, that's the main number.
And
That's the main phone.
And is this a phone he's had for quite a while?
Yes.
So when we talk about flip phone, this is the one we're talking about.
Correct.
That means State's 112. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's 113. And can you tell me what this device is?
That's a smartphone of his. That's the burner phone that I refer to as the burner phone.
And why do you call this Motorola G6 phone the burner phone?
Because it was an additional phone that he had that he was using to communicate with me. It wasn't a regular phone that he used with me.
So during this time period in April of 2020, would he use both phones to talk to you?
Yes.
Now, we had just referenced the conversation that you had had with Mr. Gutierrez on April 30th regarding Candace Mila. So I'm going to show you a conversation between you and Mr. Anderson on the ANS flip phone from that same night before your conversation with Mr. Gutierrez. Do you see at the top here where...
I'm so sorry, what's that exhibit?
Oh, I apologize. Exhibit states 205, where you indicate to him at 9:43 p.m., what are you doing? Why do you care so much about my friend? Maybe you should care more about being kind than accusatory. You then say, your behavior is not acceptable, and you did put your hands on me that day several times. And then you say, just because you didn't punch me doesn't mean it
Judge,
didn't.
I'm going to object and ask this be struck and taken down from the Elmo as that it's other acts.
She said he didn't strike her.
I beg your pardon?
She said he didn't strike her? But I'll move on. I'm just trying to get to this green message down here.
Well, go ahead.
So then, sometime later on 5/1, does he send you a text that says, you always refuse to say we are done, you refuse to say it's over, you act angry with me for taking interest in someone else, while you and Booger sleep in the same bed? Is that accurate?
That's what he said.
And back on that one would be on May 1st of 2020. Had you in any way said anything to the defendant about wanting to continue trying to work on your relationship?
No.
So that was 5/1 at around 11:30 a.m. Now I'm going to show you states 196, which is from 5/1 at 3:08 p.m. Now from the other phone, the Moto G6 phone. States 196, text messages between you and the defendant. And does he tell you, you called me a pig, so when your pants came off the other night, did that make you a pig? And then he says, when Booger didn't get up and leave, was he a pig? Were either of you pigs when you went into the bedroom? And you respond at 3:09 p.m., wow, what is the matter with you?
Yes.
And then he responds sometime later, I don't want to be yelled at because he is clearly more than a friend, and I definitely don't want to hear about how great of a guy he is when he clearly isn't. You somehow found the only man on the planet who drives up from Kenosha just to make sure the bulb in your kitchen light is the right wattage, but isn't fishing for a wet cock. And then he says, because we both know you and him are looking for more. Are those accurate?
Yes.
And then does he send this last message? And that is your choice, and that isn't something that I could offer you and I a future together. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, at any point during that day, did you broach the subject of wanting a future with the defendant?
No.
Did you specifically bring up to the defendant anything about your night with Mr. Gutierrez from April 25th, or is that something he brought up to you?
No, it's something he brought up to me.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit to May 7th of 2020. Do you recall something concerning happening with your daughter that caused you concern?
Yes, there was an incident that was happening with my daughter and one of her friends.
Let me be more specific. Do you recall an incident regarding a cell phone your daughter was possessing to potentially record you?
I'm going to object as far as leading.
Can I have just a second to speak with Ms. Mueller? I just want to...
Go ahead.
My objection due to the conversation I just had with the state.
All right.
On May 7th, do you recall having a concern that potentially your daughter was recording you with a phone?
Yes. So we had previously been handling a situation with our daughter, and we had an agreement, Zach and I made an agreement that she was not to have any electronics, any phones or electronics on her. And so later that night, myself and the kids were at my friend Becky's house, Rebecca, and a phone had dropped out of Olivia's lap. And I noticed it, and I noticed that it was like a smartphone that she was not supposed to have. So I took it from her and I asked her about it and where she got it from, and she was terrified. And she explained to me that...
I'm going to object as far as her explanation of what her daughter said to her as hearsay.
And based on you finding that phone, did you look through that phone just to see what's or where it had come from?
Yes.
And did you find something on that phone that you found concerning?
Yes, when I took the phone, I recognized that it was one of her dad's phones. And...
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as States 254.
That's a GPS tracker or an Amazon GPS tracker that was purchased on Amazon that I found in the phone history.
And is the delivery estimate say...
Sorry, Judge, we're getting a lot of feedback.
Delivery estimate April 21st, 2020 by 8 p.m.?
Yes.
And quantity 2, mini real-time GPS tracker, car, GPS locator, SMS/GSM/GPRS network.
Yes.
And then towards the bottom is the payment information. Involves Mr. Anderson's name and his address in Mequon.
Yes.
Why at this point on May 7th did this cause you concern?
Because I was already concerned with the behaviors that I knew already about with him. And so this kind of solidified those feelings that he was tracking me and following and were possibly true.
Now, moving to May 8th, Moving to May 8th of 2020, do you recall having plans that day for the defendant to have the children?
What day?
May 8th of 2020.
Yes.
And do you recall on that day having a phone call, a rather lengthy phone call with the defendant regarding some of the child care things for that day?
It's possible. I don't remember exactly.
And are you aware that some of those phone conversations from that day were recorded by the defendant?
No.
I'm going to play for you a recording from May 8th on it's going to be 3 separate clips, and I'm going to ask that you be able to identify the parties if you can.
I'm going to object. These recordings were not recordings that were stipulated to, and she's testified that she has no knowledge of it. Cross Foundation.
These are located in her phone.
No, they're located.
I thought that the last answer.
I'm sorry, on the laptop. They're part of the computer information that's all been stipulated to Foundation.
I thought the witness's last answer excluded the possibility of the current.
All photographs, financial records, phone records, social media records, computer downloads, and phone downloads. So,
That's fine.
yeah.
It's stipulated to judges computer download.
Stipulated that it be
Foundation.
admitted without sponsorship?
The foundation of the
Well, that the foundation's been established, not that it be admitted.
It can be plain, and if she recognizes the voices, she is able to be a sponsor.
Maybe I missed it.
Okay.
I thought that the witness's last answer stated that there had been no communication that you're now.
No, my last question was, did she know she was being recorded? And her answer was no.
And now I thought.
Right, so she's not the one that recorded these, so these would be downloads from his computer
All
from
right.
conversations were made.
Go ahead.
Do we need to set up the system?
Then you believes it'll be loud enough without it?
Okay.
This is marked as 2020_5.
Oh, no, sorry, just the exhibit.
Oh, it's on 255.
Sorry. So it's the one that we've already.
Yes, all of these recordings are on the
Okay.
same. And I will be starting the recording at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds.
Try and fit somebody else in there. That's what I know. Don't have a fucking girlfriend. And a whole lot of fuck you for all your accusations. Because it hurts me to know that it's not available. But you get all the space and all the freedom. And I'm sorry I had to go fucking look. I really am, but it was fucking killing me, Sadie.
Ms. Beecham, do you recognize that voice on that recording?
Yes.
And who is that?
Zach.
Sorry, counsel, at what point did you stop?
I stopped it at 1:25:16. And I'll be restarting at 1:28:40. 1:43.
That's how I really feel about things. And then I do stop, and I'm like, that's not love. That's not caring.
No.
Well, council's saying she can't.
Yep, we'll get the. Well, so we didn't have this set up. Vinny thought it'd be loud enough without. Oh.
I'm trying to figure out how I really feel about things, and then you do stop, and I'm like, that's not love. That's not caring.
No, it's jealousy. It's the ugly version.
It's like, holy shit, too much.
Yeah, it's jealousy. It's the sickening feeling of that ugly fucking evil. And I'm sorry it fucking. Huh?
And it's caring forever because it's
Yeah.
you or every day. You're always gonna be like that. You're always gonna have that, and then
No.
whether or not there would be something to it or not, or
No,
anything.
I don't.
It always came back to me. It always.
Ending at 1:29:17.
I'd ask, just for the rule of completeness, that continue to be played for not 30 seconds. Is it cut off, Mr. Anderson?
You have a comment on that?
I don't.
You don't have a comment? All right, go ahead then.
Hold on. Let's flip it around. Can we wait? Wait. Can you just hold on a second? Can we just flip the whole fucking table around? Because it's the best way to do it, just to draw the contrast. Because if the situation was reversed, if the
That's 30 seconds later.
Thank you.
Then I'll be restarting it at 1:33 and 0 seconds.
Anyway, I can't go back and change the past. I'll always be jealous. It's just, I never thought of myself as a jealous guy. And honestly, by and large, for most women, I'm not. But for you, I definitely am. For you, you're a version of beautiful I just can't let go. So happy I got 3 kids with you.
Ending that at 1:33:22. Now, Ms. Beecham, obviously you've heard those clips. Can you identify the female voice also on the recording?
That's me.
And during those conversations where there's some talk of his jealousy, are you giving him any hope that there's a future for you here?
No, I'm just reiterating that there's just really no going back.
And so on May 8th, best that you can remember, what was the plan regarding the kids being with the defendant for that night?
I believe I was going to be dropping them off at his place, and then I had to, I think I had to take something over by my brother's and stop at his house too, and then I was going by Rosalio's.
And had you told the defendant the part of you going by Rosalio's that night?
No.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 207. Text messages between you and the defendant on his flip phone. starting at roughly 6:41 p.m. Do you say to him, "You want me to drop drop off kids?" And he goes with, "Not home. What time you need to be gone?" You respond with, "Was going to drop off the water lily by Charles, but it's not a big deal. Kids ate and are asking where you are, so I thought I'd offer." There's then a phone conversation between the two of you. And then at about 7:15, you indicate, "Gotta get the lily out of the pond," and load it then to you. At 7:18, the defendant responds, "You are super excited." He then says, "Not asking what's happening after that flower, but your frequency changed to less tired." You then respond, "I'm less than excited about getting pond scum on me. We'll be there soon." And then you confirm, "Yep, you're still tired?"
Yes.
Okay. Then a little further down, at 9:21 p.m., do you get a text message from the defendant, "Too much makeup and perfume for Charles." I'm sorry, who's Charles?
Charles is my brother.
"Too much makeup and perfume for Charles. Angry about pond water. Had fancy jacket hiding in the back of your ride. Premonitions don't make me psychic. Calls me Zachariah when she feels good." And then an hour and 20 minutes later, the word denim shirt, Kenosha. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And does he also send you what appears to be some sort of "Do You Love Her, Jessie Reyes" song title at 11:53?
No, I sent that to him.
So, denim shirt, Kenosha. So at that point, had you made any mention to him or the kids that you were headed down to Kenosha?
No.
Now, ultimately, did you go to your brother's home and drop off that lily?
I did.
And then what did you do?
So when I got to my brother's, I actually got the text message about that you just saw, the first one. And then I became suspicious, thinking, how does he know this? And knowing that what I'd seen with the trackers, then I just was on very high alert. So when I got to my brother's, I started looking through my car. Like I looked under the seats, looked in the front and the back, and I didn't see anything, and I just kind of shuffled myself on, and then drove down to Kenosha. When I got there, I got the second text message, and again, started checking my car. I have 2 pockets that are in the back seats of behind my seats, so I was checking in there. And then the boys have booster seats. They're not car seats, they're just booster seats. So they're not like buckled in, they just lift, they just sit on the seat. So I just lifted up the the booster seat, and there was a smartphone, the burner phone, face down underneath the seat, and I grabbed it and realized that it was his phone. I couldn't turn it off because it was protected, password protected, so I was kind of in a panic just finding it, and I was upset. I believe I went in the house and talked to Rosalio about it, and he kind of helped me turn off the phone, and I shut the phone off.
Previously shown you what had been marked as State's Exhibit 113. Which I believe you had termed the burner phone. Was this the phone that you found underneath your kid's booster seat?
Yes.
approach you with what's been marked as States Exhibit 4 and 5. Those are from the MSI lab. Ms. Beecham, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as States Exhibit 4. That on the defendant's MSI laptop was titled 5_8_2020 and then 8:54 p.m. I'm sorry, 9:16 p.m., excuse me. Do you see generally what this is a map of?
Map of the
I guess I'm going to object that she's going to have no knowledge of this, and even though the foundation I've stipulated to, I just don't think this is an appropriate witness to move this particular exhibit in.
This is the faraway shot of it. Obviously, it's a map of Kenosha with a pin. Then we have the close-up one where I believe she'll be able to say where this location is.
Correct, but it's just her speculating as to the contents of it. She has no personal knowledge of this, has never seen it, can't attest to.
All she asked though is, can you describe where this is? She just asked whether she could say where it is. You're
Well,
right.
I don't know if she's ever seen it before. She was asked, I think, something along the lines of, does she know what it is, or can she identify it?
Correct.
Do you know what that is, ma'am?
A map of the Kenosha area and a ping of a phone.
So now I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5. Do you know what that location is in relation to this case?
What that location?
I apologize. Where the green circle approximate location on this map is?
That is Rosalito's building. So the middle building right there, that's where I would park.
This document on Mr. Anderson's laptop was titled 5_8_2020 9:17 p.m. So on that date, at that approximately that time, is that where you were?
Yes.
So after you find the burner phone in your vehicle and you turn it off, what do you do in respect with the defendant at that point?
I don't recall my very next steps. I know that I was upset about it. I know I, had a conversation with Rosalito about it. I know I expressed being very upset about the fact that that there was a phone in my car tracking me, and that I knew that wasn't right.
And just one clarifying point. You've already seen States Exhibit 207. That text message that says, too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket hiding in the back of your ride, premonitions don't make me psychic. That text message came in May 8th at 9:21 p.m. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And would that be roughly 4 minutes after the map ping of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment as found on the defendant's laptop?
Yeah.
Now, did you tell the defendant that you had found his phone in your vehicle on that day?
I don't remember if it was that day, but I did I did inform him that I knew about it and that I found it.
And what was his response to you indicating you had found his phone in the place you had found it?
He said, oh, well, maybe I dropped it or something.
Do you have a phone conversation where you confront him about that phone on May 10th at roughly 7:33 p.m.?
I did confront him about the phone, about finding it, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as states 208. At roughly 10:43 p.m., you get a text from him, all dolled up to go out, and you go to Kenosha because you found my phone, or you already had plans and just like to try to guilt me. And then he says, you treat me like I am so stupid. And you respond with, I had no plans to go there actually. After I found it, I called and asked if I could cruise out and why. I didn't even go inside because he had his kid. And then he goes with, a little bit later on, I doubt it. You stayed out all night. You could have just brought the phone back to my place right away if you found it at Charles. And if you found it and didn't want me to see where you were going, you would have shut the phone off before you left Charles's place. Seems to me you want to know enough. Seems to me you want me to know enough for it to leave me hurting, even though you claim you want privacy and space. And you respond with, I prefer you not know anything, but you are inserting yourself. Also, if I would have brought it back, it would have been ugly. You pissed me off. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
So after finding this phone that the defendant placed in your vehicle, he's accusing you of taunting him?
Yes.
Ultimately, do you eventually give the phone back to him?
After he insisted that he search my car for it, I then told him I had it and that I found it. So initially, he had told me that he had dropped his phone, he had lost his phone. And I had said, I kind of said, oh, where did that happen? And I did know I had the phone at that point. And he'd said, well, I want to search your car for it. And I said, well, why would it be in my car? And he said, oh, well, maybe I dropped it in your car. And I was like, well, why would it be? I didn't find it in my car. Why would it be in my car? So he's like, I just want to come over and look. I just want to look. I need to find that phone. So I let him come over, and he looked through the car, and I was watching him as he was looking through the car, and he kind of searched around, and he lifted up the car seat to look under it, and obviously the phone wasn't there because I'd already had it. And so then, he was pretty distraught and said, I need to find that phone. And I said, look, I found the phone, and it was in the car, it was under the car seat. What's this about? Why are you doing this? And just confronted him about it. I told him that I would give it back to him, but that he needed to tell me what was going on and why he was doing this. I ultimately gave him back the phone, and he left. He got upset with me, and then he left.
Now, at this point, as of May 8th of 2020, have you indicated to the defendant at all that you're interested in rekindling your relationship with him?
No.
I'm going to draw your attention to May 13th in the early morning hours, starting at 1:30 a.m. on what would be text from the Motorola G6 cell phone. State's Exhibit 197. At 1:30 a.m., does he text you, hurts bad, you know, really fucking bad? And you say, I'm not trying to hurt you, I'm really not.
Yes.
And then he responds with, I know, trying to do what is right for you, believing it isn't me anymore. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And that text comes in at 2:02 a.m.?
Yes.
And then are there a string of text messages that come in?
Sorry, counsel, was that 192 or 197?
197. 197.
Thank you.
Then at 2:24 a.m., do we then have text messages from him involving chasing that bump from a new someone every week and not having the kick in the stomach must be nice? 2:27 a.m. Us without jealousy is great though. 2:28 a.m. Him. I will always wish we would have done everything to fight that instead of give up. 2:41 a.m. You know that feeling you used to get when you would look at your phone and it had a message from me? 2:46 a.m. from him. Got all drowned out throwing hurtful words back and forth. 2:54 a.m. Got smothered to death in all the ugly messages that you held on to. 2:57 a.m. And it isn't wrong to make mistakes. It is wrong to fail to learn and improve. There is a happiness in that. 2:58. In making improvements and doing things better. 3 o'clock. I am just not yet seeing that I would want to try for anything better with anyone else but the mother of my kids and the only real something I ever found in life. 3:02. For me, I always find forgiveness for the ugly shit because the special moments really wrote themselves on my heart. A heart that pounds out, 3:16 a.m. A heart that pounds out the agony every night and it races as I lose another fight. Blurred by the flood of all these tears, I can barely type, out of sight, and sick with fear. Are those all accurate?
Yes.
And did you respond to any of those messages over the hour and 15 minutes that he sent them to you?
No.
And why not?
Because I was done. I was just done responding, and it became too much. It's very overwhelming when someone's constantly doing these kinds of things. So sometimes just getting to the point of not responding anymore seemed to be the best.
So that was May 13th at roughly, ultimately 3 o'clock in the morning, roughly. Now on May 13th, did you secure child care so you could go see Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And did you use the defendant for that child care or someone else, if you recall?
I believe that time was someone else.
And did you make the defendant aware of what your plans were for that night?
No.
And why did you not make him aware of what your plans were for that night?
He didn't need to know. We weren't together. There's no reason for him to know.
So I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 209 from the flip phone. And I'm going to show you these messages. At roughly 9:09 p.m., does he text you? And it's after 9. Just arrive after kids go to bed, ? Is that a message he sent you?
Yes.
Now, he doesn't have your children, so had you communicated in some other way to him that you were not going to be watching the kids that night?
No.
Then at 9:36 p.m., is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch? ? When you received that at 9:36 p.m., did you actually see it right away?
I did.
And does that cause you? Did that text message cause you concern based on anything that was happening at that time down at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
That night, I went down to meet Rosalio, and we had plans to go get a bite to eat. So we went to get like a food truck, and we got some tacos and went back to his house. And we had gotten there, probably about 9, little after 9. And we had finished eating, and he was getting ready to go take a shower. And he said, "Do you want me to just leave this on, or do you want me? Do you want to watch this, or do you want to watch something else?" He literally said the same thing. And I said, "This is fine." And then while he was in the shower, I got this text message that came through.
So the question, is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch? Is something Mr. Gutierrez had just said to you?
Correct.
Now, ultimately, you wait a couple of hours to respond, and you say, "WTF are you talking about? You're texting the wrong person again." You then follow that up with an hour later, "Please stop following me, and you're going too far, Zach." What did you mean about the "please stop following me" portion of this message?
I was pretty freaked out, the fact that I got a text message saying exactly what Rosalio just said to me. So I assumed the only way that he would have known that or been able to hear that was if he was there. So I assumed that he had followed me.
And then, did that scare you?
Absolutely.
And why did that scare you?
Well, I think knowing that everybody's following you is pretty scary, especially when you're getting a lot of information about behavior that's scary, that's tracking, and
Now, after what had happened leading up to May 13th, did you make a decision regarding custody of your kids and filing paperwork in that regard?
There was a conversation that happened, I believe it was on the 8th. Zach called me and said, "So are you ready to hate me?" And I said, "What? Why? What?" And he said, "Well, I'm going to take the kids. I'm filing for custody of the kids. I'm going to take the kids from you." And I said, "Okay." And he said, "Well, don't you want to talk about it?" And I said, "No." I said, "You told me what you were going to do, and okay, fine." And so then I think he didn't realize, but I had already had the paperwork filled out, so I left and filed the paperwork myself. I felt that he was now threatening to take my kids from me, and so that's what that was about.
Previously been marked on State's Exhibit 1, item number 323. Beecham, do you recognize that address? Like whose address that is?
That's Rosalia's address.
And do you recognize the handwriting that address is written in?
That's Zachariah's handwriting.
And you're sure about that?
Yes.
Was that address any information you'd ever provided to Mr. Anderson regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
After you had received a text message from the defendant regarding what had just been spoken between Mr. Gutierrez and yourself, in the subsequent day, did you and Mr. Gutierrez have a discussion about that as well?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 220. Says to you, so now I have to lock my shit up before I bugs my house. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And then says, babe, I'm really getting annoyed with this man. And you say, fuck, I know, I'm sorry. He's trying to make it hard for us. He wants you to be fed up enough to walk away from me. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And why do you think that, or what made you feel that way regarding this whole situation?
I feel like he not only was stalking me, or he not only was harassing me, but he started doing things to him, and that was equally scary.
On May 14th, does the defendant send you further messages that you find to be, or I guess that were regarding meeting Junior?
So he was very condescending in his text messages, very passive aggressive all the time. So he would always be accusatory or try to say something mean or a dig at me. So there were several messages or several times that he would, take a stab at myself or him.
Approaching with State's 210.
Can I see the exhibit first?
Communications between your phone and the flip phone on May 14th starting at roughly 4:15 p.m. First message there, highlighted in green. From the defendant, you want me to stop by and meet Junior tonight. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Had you ever indicated to him that you had any interest in him meeting Junior?
No, he would just randomly text me things like this.
Judge, the voices are too loud over here. I'm having trouble hearing.
I apologize. My mic's off. I apologize.
It is?
Yeah, my mic's off.
We're having the opposite problem now. Well, I can tell you that I heard it as did Mr. District Attorney. Okay.
And then you continue to have an argument regarding that phone that you found in your car. So you admit to me you put it in my car to track me, and I give it to you and ask you to stop tracking me. He then says, you required I say that before you would give it back. I don't need a phone to know where you go. I can usually tell. You then said, I required nothing but the truth. You provided that of your own volition. And then he says you wouldn't agree to return the phone until said whatever you wanted to hear. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then a little bit later on, he tells you, and I called Cricket to find where the phone was. I could have swore it was in my van playing music while I cleaned. I searched and researched the van and then the house. I searched the house repeatedly the next day in front of the kids. And you say, keep telling your story so you believe it, because I don't. In fact, I knew you would say all of this. You are predictable and manipulative. And then ultimately, he says to you, so maybe I'm just saying you should stop and give it a second thought before you accuse me of stuff. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then after texting that at roughly 4:34 p.m. and 4:42 p.m., does he then come back with, so you're saying I can stop by and meet your someone later?
Yes.
Was there any interaction during these messages that went from him asking if you wanted him to meet Junior to you saying, yes, you should come over and meet Junior that night?
No, never.
Fast forward to May 16th of 2020. What was the plan in regards to the children that night with the defendant?
That night, the 16th, Zach had the kids.
And were they ultimately going to be spending the night at his place that night?
Yes.
And had you been in contact with Mr. Gutierrez that day, just like you normally were every day?
Yes, I had the kids during the day. We hung out all day, and then Zach had plans with the kids for the next day, so I exchanged them that night. So Mr. Gutierrez had his kids, and so there wasn't really any set plans for us that day.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 221. Text messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez on the 16th, starting at roughly 2:28 p.m. So does he tell you we are at Dick's buying his son some cleats and slides for baseball?
Yes.
I'm going to object as far as the relevance of this message string.
It goes into the plan that they make later that night. So.
Go ahead.
And then he says $226 later, accurate?
Yes.
You then respond, whoa, those are some expensive slides, LOL. And he tells you it turned into bats and cleats. And you say, ha ha ha. And then ultimately, at right around 5:09 p.m., he asks you, what are you doing tonight?
Yes.
And you respond at 5:12, I don't have the kids tonight. What are you guys up to? 5:17?
Yes.
And he tells you, well, you are welcome to join us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And when he says us, who did you take that to mean in that text message?
He and the kids.
And he tells you they are okay with it, and you say aw, and then you say you got to jump in the shower real quick. And he says okay, and at 6:07 p.m. you guys have a 5-minute phone call. Is that accurate?
Yes.
7:18 p.m. you text, I'm almost as nervous as I was meeting you, LOL. And he tells you, oh babe, don't be.
Yes.
Then he tells you she's playing with her Barbies and his son is watching baseball highlights. Is that accurate?
Yep.
And then at 7:20 you say LOL 5 minutes. Is that
Yes.
also accurate?
Yes.
Now, up until May 16th, had you had any opportunity to meet his children?
No.
And I think you've already told us this, he hadn't met your children at that point, correct?
No.
So when you get that text message inviting you down for the evening, do you go?
I did.
And what do you guys do while you're there the night of the 16th?
I arrived. He was making a meal, and so when I got there, I was just kind of hanging out with the kids, just eating them. We ate, and then after we ate, he suggested we go get ice cream. So we went to Dairy Queen, and we got ice cream, and then came back to the house.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
We watched a movie. We all just kind of hung out, watched a movie together, painted some rocks. We went out outside kind of his patio area. There were some rocks out there, and his daughter liked to paint, and she's kind of artsy, so we decided to paint some rocks and just all kind of just hung out. And then it got late after the movie, so then I left.
So you did not spend the night that night?
I did not.
Now, when you dropped your children off with the defendant that day, did you tell him any sort of plans you had for that night?
No, I didn't have plans really that night.
Okay, I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 198, a text message from the defendant's Motorola G6 phone. On May 16th at roughly 11:23 p.m., did you receive a text from the defendant that is as follows? You race down to Kenosha every chance you get to lay with some Down syndrome Mexican version of your father, just to pull a nose full and laugh at anything he says as you desperately throw yourself at him, and in that you have your happiness.
Yes.
And did you respond to that message in any way?
No.
And had you told him you were headed down to Kenosha?
No.
Now let's talk a little bit about Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. You'd obviously been there a number of times up to May 16th of 2020.
Yes.
And so were you familiar with an area rug that was in the living room?
Yes.
And how would you describe that area rug in the living room?
It was I don't know, maybe 5x8, 5x7 type rug. Gray, had like gray swirls on it. Or some design with gray and grayish white on it.
And when you left there on May 16th, a little before midnight, when you left, was that rug in its place in the living room?
It was. And I remember because his daughter and I were dancing on it, and we were kind of tripping on the edge because the edge was a little up, so it was there.
And when you left on May 16th of 2020, was there any red stains on any of the walls?
No.
Was there any red stain pooling on the carpet on the floor?
No.
Was there any red stains on the couch?
No.
Now, on May 16th, you testified that that was the first time you'd ever met his kids. Did you consider that to be a big deal in your relationship?
Yes, absolutely.
And why was it a big deal in your mind?
Because we really hadn't introduced our kids to each other yet. We had talked about it, but with like COVID and everything going on, there just really wasn't an opportunity. And being that it was kind of a new relationship, we were just cautious. I think we were both being cautious and protective of our kids.
Did you believe this was a step forward in your relationship?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we were at a point where he felt comfortable enough to invite me over to meet his kids. So I felt happy about that, and you know, that was kind of a moving forward, that he felt comfortable enough and that he trusted me around his kids.
And after you left his home on the late hours of May 16th of 2020, did you ever see Mr. Gutierrez alive again?
No.
Going to approach with State's Exhibit 222. Messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez on May 17th, starting at roughly 12:52 p.m. Does this start with you indicating, really enjoyed hanging out with you guys, thank you for inviting me, and him responding, it was nice seeing his daughter open up with you, and you said, she's adorable and his son is funny too?
Yes.
And a little bit later on, do you ask him if he's okay? And he says, yeah, I'm good, why you ask?
Yes.
And you say, just checking in, babe? And he says, that's twice now, are you having second thoughts of us? And you respond with, not at all. I was actually think about us a lot today. And he asks you, what about us? Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then you text him, just that I think we could have a lot of fun, all of us, and I think our kids would get along great, and thinking that I want you to be my person for a while, like hopefully a long while. And he then loves that message.
Yes.
And you indicate, I think it's going to be challenging, of course, but I think we could survive, I hope anyways. Accurate?
Yes.
And then a little bit later on, it says, this rain is crazy. It's like Mother Nature telling Wisconsin you don't know how to act with warm weather and a virus. And you said, it is. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you remember it raining that day?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, later on that evening, at roughly 8:33 p.m., you get a text from him that just says, I just dropped off his daughter, going over to Mike's for a little bit. And you say, okay, cool. Well, then maybe text me or ring me when you leave there or something. And then he sends okay at 8:36 p.m. on the 17th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
After that text message of okay at 8:36 p.m. on the 17th, do you ever hear from Mr. Gutierrez again?
No.
Is there water for her?
And at this time, I think we've established the defendant usually sends you a number of different messages.
Yes.
During on most average days, there's a lot of different text messages exchanged between you and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 211. You said May 17th at 5:13 p.m. where you simply send to him here.
Yes.
What was that in reference to, if you recall?
That I was at his house
To pick up the children?
to pick up the kids. Yes.
And then is there another text to or from the defendant's flip phone to you until May 18th at 8:34 p.m.?
Yeah, there's no communication there.
And was that unusual given the amount of communication?
I'm gonna object. Speculative.
World.
Is that unusual that on days when usually he's texting multiple times that there's no communication from May 17th at 5:13 p.m. until you reach out to him on May 18th at 8:30 p.m.?
Yes. That was unusual.
Now, when you picked up the kids on May 17th at roughly 5 p.m., what vehicles, if any, of the defendants did you see at his residence?
The only vehicle I recall seeing was the van.
And was that a vehicle that in 2020 you had ever driven?
No, that was his minivan, his car, his vehicle.
You picked up the kids on May 17th from the defendant. Do you recall what he was wearing as like a jacket?
He was wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a blue plaid flannel that he always wears or wore.
When you say he always wore it, what does that mean? How often would you see him in this jacket?
All the time. That's what he wore. That was his jacket.
Is this the jacket you're talking about when you say the flannel jacket you're talking regarding?
Yes.
And was this one of his favorite jackets?
Objection, speculation.
He wore it very often.
Representing what the witness perceived to be a favorite of his.
And is there any chance that this jacket is somewhere in your home?
No.
After you picked up the children on May 17th, what did you do that night?
I went home. It was a Sunday, so I went home and got ready for school for the week.
Monday the 18th, at some point, did you realize that you hadn't really heard from...
Object, it's leading.
I'll rephrase.
All right, go ahead.
Based on the... Did you hear from Mr. Gutierrez at all on Monday, May 18th?
No. On the 17th, I got the text message from him, and I felt that it was... he would text me every night before he'd go to bed, and it didn't matter like what time it was. So I didn't get any like good night text from him. And then the next day, I didn't get a good morning text from him. That would have been the 18th. So I found that to be kind of odd that he hadn't texted me or communicated with me at all after he had said that he would text me when he got back or when he got home.
So you not hearing from him you consider to be unusual?
Yes. Like I said, he'd text me literally every morning and every night without fail.
I'm approaching with states 193. The last thing on the 17th that you received at 8:36 p.m. was okay, and then on the 18th at about 12:11 p.m. did you text him, "Hey you, another rainy day, hope your day is going well"?
Yes.
And then he didn't respond to that, so you sent him some sort of emojis at 2:34, is that accurate?
Yes.
And he didn't respond to that, so you attempted to call him at 5:21 p.m.?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened with that call?
It went right to voicemail.
Now, in your several-month relationship with Mr. Gutierrez, was that unusual?
Yes.
So at 5:27, do you then send a text, "Babe, everything okay? Haven't heard from you all day. Just let me know you're okay"?
Yes.
And then he doesn't respond to that, so at 7 p.m., do you try to call him again?
Yes.
And what happens when you call him at 7 p.m.?
It goes to voicemail.
And at 7:42 p.m., do you attempt a Facebook call between your Facebook profile and his?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happens when you attempt that?
I get no answer.
Then it would now be Tuesday, May 19th at 7:32 p.m. Do you attempt another Facebook call from you to him?
Yes, this was Tuesday morning.
And obviously that one's not picked up either?
Correct.
And then at 8:17 a.m., do you attempt to call his cell phone again?
Yes.
And is that picked up or is that voicemail again?
Voicemail.
And then on 5:19 at 10:20 a.m., do you attempt to call him again?
Yes.
And does that go straight to voicemail?
Yes.
Now, after that happens at 10:20 a.m. on the 19th, what do you elect to do moving forward regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
Well, the 18th, I was pretty concerned because I had not heard from him at all. And so I wasn't really sure. I had a lot of things kind of going through my head about why he wasn't. I thought maybe he got into an accident. I thought maybe he left his phone somewhere, just kind of all the normal things that you would think is, is this person okay? What's going on? I knew he had kids that he loved and cared about, so it was odd that his phone just was off and that he wasn't answering or responding at all. So that Monday I was pretty concerned. I tried to reach out a few times throughout the day. Of course, I have little kids, and so they were at daycare, so I couldn't just, leave them, without somebody. So I kind of gathered my thoughts together and thought, okay, well, if I don't hear from him, then, try to maybe reach out to friends or something and just see if everything's okay. And if I don't hear from him, I kind of just decided I'm just going to go there and see what's going on. So that morning, I dropped the kids off at daycare, and I attempted to call him on my way down, and I was just kind of thinking, like, is he sick? Is he not feeling well? Maybe he just doesn't want to, maybe he just wants to be left alone, or maybe he's ghosting me. Maybe he's really done. I don't know. So I just went down there on Tuesday morning.
All right, let's break at this time, about 10 to 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Not the original one.
Voicemail again on May 19th at 10:20 a.m. What decision did you make next regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
I decided to go to his house
And why did you make that decision?
because I was concerned. I was worried about him, and I had not heard from him, and I was not able to get a hold of any of his friends.
And so did you drive to that location?
I did.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, did you notice first?
I pulled up. I noticed that both of his vehicles were there. Both vehicles were there. His patio door was open, like the screen was closed, door was open, and I could tell from the parking lot. So I pulled up and.
And where did you proceed to?
So I kind of did a little self-talk in the car, and then I walked up to the screen door and noticed that, like I said, the glass door wasn't all the way closed. So I walked up. I believe I was on the phone with my friend at the time, and I called for him through the screen. The blinds were closed, so I couldn't exactly see inside directly, but I could tell that the screen was open, so I figured somebody would hear me if I would call through the screen. So I called his name a few times, and he didn't answer. So then I decided to go around into the main door to go to that door.
And when you went into the main door, is there a locked door to get there, or is that an unlocked door?
No, it's unlocked, so you can just go into the main door, and his apartment was to the right. So I proceeded to walk up to the door, and I knocked. And then as I walked up to the door, I noticed something on the wall by the door frame and the door where it connected. I noticed like something brownish, and I just kind of thought my first thought was it looked like soy sauce, and I'm like, we didn't have like what it looked like something was thrown on the wall there, and it wasn't there before, so it was kind of like, what is that? And then, like I said, I knocked on the door, didn't get any answer. And then I tried to open the door, and it was locked. And then I went to go knock again. And when I went to go knock on the door, I saw like brown dots. He has a red door, a dark red door, and I could see like the brown dots all over the door. I got a very sick feeling. I then decided to walk back outside and go to the main door again. And I remember being very afraid. I remember I being on the phone with my friend and her saying, you know, just open the door. Just open the door and go in and see if he's there. And I said okay, and I opened the screen and I pushed the blinds aside, and I immediately saw red blood, just a lot of brownish, reddish blood on the floor, and the apartment looked different. It was, it looked different. It looked like furniture had been moved and strategically placed somewhere else. It did not look the way that it looked the night before, and I could tell something was missing, and I couldn't put my finger on it immediately. And then I then realized that it was the rug that was missing, and I freaked. I called his name, and then I remember my friend saying, "You have to call 911," and I called 911, and they came, and then I never went into the apartment, and then they came and they did their sweep, and I told them that I just told them what I knew.
You talked about kind of the staining on the carpeting, and so the last time that you had been present at the apartment before the 19th, when you found that scene, was the 16th, is that accurate?
Yes.
And all of that was different from the 16th?
Yes.
And did you then stay on scene after you called 911?
I did. Again, I remember, like I said, I remember knowing that something was missing, and I couldn't put my finger on it. So when I finally realized it, I was kind of talking through, and I let the officer know, like, hey, this is missing. And then he said, yep, we'll go and do all that. I then went to my car, and I believe I may have made some phone calls. I may have called my friend, may have called daycare, and trying to just get a handle on where the kids were. I was pretty freaked out at the time. I remember an officer coming up to the window and saying, do you know of anybody or do you know of anyone who would want to hurt him? And I said, no, I don't know. I said, but I did say that my daughter had been telling me about some pretty disturbing things that my ex was doing, and I had concerns that he was tracking me, and that I had reached out to law enforcement to express my concerns, and nothing had happened, and that maybe there was something there. And the officers asked if my daughter would be willing to come down and talk about what she knew.
You indicated that after you found the scene and called 911, that one of the calls you made was to daycare. Why were you calling daycare at that moment? What was going through your mind?
At this point, I had concerns that possibly Zach had done something and was going to go after the kids. I don't know. I was just afraid. I just wanted to make sure my kids were safe, and I was in Kenosha and I wasn't anywhere near them. So I wanted to alert daycare to let them know that, which they already were on alert because of our past. So they knew to call me if Zach ever showed up at daycare without me knowing. So I just called to make sure that they knew what was happening, and that if he did show up, that they would call me and let me know right away.
Now, you indicated officers or detectives asked you about would your daughter be willing to come down to talk to them. Did you make that happen?
I told them that I would go home and talk to her and ask her if she would be willing to come down and talk to them. I only knew what she told me, so the only information I had was what she told me, so I couldn't tell them. She had to be the one to tell them.
And ultimately, did your daughter agree to come down and speak with officers?
Yes, I went directly home. I touched base with Olivia, with my daughter. I told her, I explained to her that I had explained to her earlier that I had been concerned about my friend missing, or that he hadn't, I didn't say missing. I had said that I had concerns that he hadn't contacted me, and that I thought, maybe something happened. And so then when I came back after going there and coming back home, I had said to her, hey, I remember I told you my friend was, I had concerns about my friend missing, and he's still gone, and I went to his house and he's not there. And the first thing she said was,
I'm going to object to what her daughter said on grounds of hearsay.
Yep. Ms. Beecham, ultimately, did you then with your daughter respond back and speak to law enforcement here in Kenosha?
Yep, we drove back down to Kenosha.
And did they ask for your phone to download to take all that information off your phone?
They did.
And did you submit to that?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Testified on direct examination that from approximately 2007 to 2019, you and Mr. Anderson were in an on and off again relationship.
Yes.
And during that period of time, you had mentioned there were times where Mr. Anderson had not been residing in the state of Wisconsin.
Correct.
And during those times, were you and him together?
There was only one time that he lived outside of Wisconsin.
And when was that?
That was 2016, roughly.
For approximately how long?
Objection irrelevant. Where he lived in 2016, irrelevant.
The relevance, well, first, they went into all of this on direct, but the relevance is that they have been purporting that Mr. Anderson acts in a certain way, is constantly trying to get her back together, so they went through the timeline of their relationship. I'm doing the same.
There's been no discussion that he tried to get back together in 2016 living in another state. Relevant.
It's overruled.
Sorry, do you need me to repeat the question?
For how long? Is that what you asked? For how long?
Yeah.
That he was living there?
Correct.
Maybe about a year and a half, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, and during that time, how frequent was the communication?
Well, we talked on the phone Skype once in a while. Wanted to see the kids, so we would have some contact, probably weekly.
And was he trying to get back together with you at that point?
In 2016, we were together.
Just living apart?
Correct.
Okay. And during your entire relationship, weren't there times where Mr. Anderson was seeing other women?
He was cheating on me several times, yes.
You talked about how it was around February, middle of February, late February, I can't remember, that you started to talk to Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
And this was over Facebook, you had met over Facebook dating?
Yes.
And prior to him, had you gone on dates with other men?
Objection seems irrelevant.
Sustained.
No.
You didn't have to answer that. February, you said that around February 29th, 2020 was when you first went to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes.
And that you had some type of problem going there
Yes.
because of the GPS?
Correct.
You have an Android phone,
I do.
and so you used, what map application did you use?
Google Maps.
And you said that after February 29th, after you started talking to him, you went on a trip to Mexico?
Yes.
And how long were you in Mexico for?
About a week and 7 days.
And the state had asked you whether you told Mr. Anderson about that trip,
Yes.
and you had said you hadn't because you didn't think it was his business.
Correct.
And so you didn't think it was appropriate to tell the father of your children that they were going to be with someone else for a week?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I did not think that he needed to know.
So after that March incident, and was that early March that you were in Mexico?
Yes.
You had been messaging, we saw a lot of texts, and I'm unfortunately going to have to probably go through them a lot with you again. But you texted him, Mr. Gutierrez, you had contact with him through text and phone calls, correct?
Yes.
And also through Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
So after this time where you're in Mexico, you talked to Mr. Gutierrez about your issues with Mr. Anderson, correct?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 259.
So we have a hearsay objection, Judge, to the document.
May I see it?
That's stipulated to.
May I see it? May I see it, please?
Stipulated to foundation.
May I see it, please?
So it starts here and it goes.
Overruled.
All right, putting on the Elmo, exhibit 259. So first page, not really that relevant, but this is between you and Mr. Gutierrez. Do you remember receiving a message from Mr. Gutierrez on March 3rd, 2020, I love the sun?
Okay.
And then there was a conversation where Mr. Gutierrez sent you a text through Messenger that says, you need to get a calendar and start tracking every time he calls and attempts to spend time with the kids. He might buy something, etc. It will become very helpful. Maybe even try to backtrack as much as you can and track it. Do you know who Mr. Gutierrez was referring to, if you know, when he said he?
He's talking about Zach.
And this is based on a conversation that you must have had with him about issues you had with Mr. Anderson.
I explained to him that I was very afraid that he was tracking me and that he was also trying to take the kids.
Back in March of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And then you responded, or previous to that, he had messaged you, full custody might be hard unless you have a paper trail of situations where it shows he is unfit. You can get primary placement. They will grant him visitation rights every other weekend, but from what it sounds like, he won't follow through with. Keep a paper trail of it, then down the road you can go for full custody. It will also get the ball rolling for child support. And you said, I will, and yes, it might be hard, but I'm going to try. And then there's the message we just read, correct?
Yep.
And then you said, I have some things already documented, especially from the last incident. And then anyway, ... correct?
Correct.
Then Mr. Gutierrez responded to you that same day, 7:30 a.m. Babe, I can stake out by your house tonight like a detective, LOL. And you said, oh my God, you're so sweet. He said, but seriously, I don't have the kids tonight. To which you said, no, he can't come back to or he'll get arrested. The cops told my friend to call back if he comes back, right?
Correct.
And then he said, or option B is ... well, I do know people.
Okay.
You received that message from him?
Yeah.
And then you responded back on March 5th, 2020, oh, I've definitely thought about a plan B, LOL. Shouldn't be this hard, and I'm so mad he doesn't care what it does to the kids. Correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gutierrez responded, that's why plan B might work, just needs a little reminder.
Okay.
So on March 5th, 2020, you're already having conversations with Mr. Gutierrez about how you need to plan something against Mr. Anderson, correct?
No.
That's not what we just read.
No.
You weren't talking about a plan A or a plan B.
I was not talking about a plan anything.
You were talking about how you wanted to get full custody of the kids.
Yes.
And that you were going to have documentation that would be enough to get custody of those kids.
No, he was giving me advice on that.
going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 259 again, where when you guys are talking about what you should do to get custody, you say, I will. And yes, it might be hard, but I'm going to try. So when you said, I will, and he's talking about keeping a paper trail, are you saying you will to be keeping a paper trail or something else?
I'm having conversation with him. I'm basically just saying, yeah, okay, I will. Like, sounds like good advice from somebody who may have been through this before or who obviously cares enough about me to help me, protect my children.
But you've only been talking to him for 5 days at this point, correct?
No. March 5th. I've been talking to him for a couple weeks already.
So what day in February did you start talking to him?
The 13th.
Okay. So you think by May 5th, and you only met him once prior to having this conversation, correct?
I don't know about think, but I know. So.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I don't know what I think, but I know that he was concerned and he was expressing his concern to me.
Sorry,
that's what you saw in the text, his concern.
That didn't really answer my question. Prior to May 5th or March 5th, 2020, you had only met Mr. Gutierrez one time, correct?
No, twice.
So you talked about February 29th, where you went to his house. You then go to Mexico. When did you meet him prior?
We met earlier. We met another time before that you guys don't have a record of, I guess. I don't know.
Well, on direct, do you remember saying that the first time that you met him was when you went to his apartment?
That was the first time I went to his apartment. Yes, the first time we met outside we met at a restaurant. We met somewhere else. The very first time that we met. The first time I went to his house was the 29th. That's correct.
So after knowing the guy from February 13th to March 5th, 2020, you already believe that he cares about you deeply enough to be concerned about you.
He cared enough to have the conversation with me. He obviously picked up that I was concerned and that I was scared. I think a good man does that.
So going back to, at this point in March of 2020, you're already saying you're going to be documenting things in order to get custody of your children.
I did not say I was going to be documenting things. I replied with, I will. You can infer whatever you'd like from that, but I was not specific as to what I will be doing.
So you talked then after you come back that Mr. Anderson around this time frame, and when I say time frame, I'm talking about around March 3rd, 2022 up about March 16th. So let's just take those first 2 weeks of March of 2020. That Mr. Anderson would constantly text, email, and call you, correct?
Did I tell?
That was on direct examination.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the state had also asked you that during that time frame that you had not given Mr. Anderson any indications that you were interested in rekindling your relationship, correct?
Right.
And that you weren't inviting him over because you didn't want him at your house, correct?
I guess that depends. So I wasn't inviting him over for romantic relations or anything like that, no.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 278. Portions. This is a text to Mr. Anderson on March 21st, 2020. Correct? And it says, you texted him, morning, when did you leave? I thought you were going to stay. Correct? And he responds, good morning, pretty lady. I left when everyone fell asleep last night. Goes on, okay, but you fell asleep first.
But you'd agree that that was a text message string between you and Mr. Anderson?
Yep.
So Mr. Anderson had spent the night,
He came over to see the kids. Yep.
and he spent the night, or you thought he was going to spend the night?
Yeah, it was pretty late, so I don't know. I asked if he had stayed or if he left. So when I
before
left.
you said you didn't want him at your house at all around this time frame, and March 21st, 2020, you thought he was going to be staying at your house.
Yeah, if he said he was going to stay with the kids or if he wanted to stay, I may have said that that was fine.
Also during this time frame, you were still calling Mr. Anderson by nicknames that you had given him, cute nicknames, right?
Probably.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 277. Text from 3/22/2020, where he says good night, and you say good night, Z-Bear, correct?
Yep.
Z-Bear was one of the nicknames you had for Mr. Anderson, correct?
It's a name that I call, yeah, it is.
There were other times in March that you also called him by names that you had. Eighth, 2020, you say, I believe it's actually March 27th because it's in UTC time. You again say good night, A Bear, and then say Z. Correct?
Sure. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. And he just said good night to you in this instance, and you're the one that used a romantic nickname, correct?
It's not a romantic nickname.
But it's not his name. His name's Zach or Zachariah, correct?
Yeah, I call him by a lot of different things if you look through the text, so it's not meant in any romantic way.
Let me ask you, in the time frame that you were dating him from 2007 to 2019, would you use the term Z-Bear?
I would use that term. I would use a lot of other terms as well.
Okay. And would you agree that that's kind of a term of endearment?
Sure. I call my daughter A Bear. I call my friends Bear. I use that term for a lot of people. It's very familiar to me, and so if I used it, it's because it was familiar to me.
Going into April, and I'm just so you can kind of have a gist of where I'm going, I'm just going to go as the state went. So April of 2020, you said that Mr. Anderson is still constantly emailing you, texting you, calling you, correct?
Yes.
And you had noted that he kept giving you gifts?
Yes.
What kind of gifts was Mr. Anderson giving you?
Not gifts. He would bring flowers, or he would leave flowers at the door, or when he would go pick up the kids and bring them, he'd have flowers with him to drop off the kids.
So they were only when he was dropping off the kids that he would bring these to you?
I don't know exactly when. It was random.
You said it was random, like how many times?
Don't know.
We listened to this recording that was a phone conversation between you and Mr. Anderson from April 8th, 2022, or 2020, pardon me. And in that, you and Mr. Anderson seem to be having a conversation, and Mr. Anderson's talking to you about the things that he's doing, and you said, "I'm not appreciating it."
Are you taking something he said out of context? Because I believe
And just answer
he
the
was.
question which is asked, please.
Well,
I was asking about what you said,
Okay.
which was, you said, "I'm not appreciating this."
yes, I did hear that.
And so by saying that, you were acknowledging that you were not appreciating his kind gestures.
I don't know exactly. I mean, that was a very difficult to hear. So I would, in that conversation, I feel like I'm trying to let him know that I appreciate that he is, saying all these nice things, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. So it is appreciated. Thank you, but no thank you.
And so during this time, too, do you remember the state asking you in April that you had no intention of Mr. Anderson coming over? You didn't want him at the house because you were, quote, afraid.
Yeah, I was.
Exhibit 275. This is a text from May 23rd, or late May 22nd, again, UTC time.
March?
March.
April?
April 22nd, 2020. You text Mr. Anderson, "Picking up Panda Express. If you want to come over for a little bit, let me know." Correct?
Yep.
And right after that, you text Becky saying, "Oh my God, Liv is lying now and trying to make up things. This is out of control." Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and before that, Mr. Anderson, when we look at your latest string text, you had previously been talking about, when we look at the bottom, Olivia's homework, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't ask to come over at all, correct?
I don't know.
It wasn't, you were the one that asked if he wanted to come over for a little bit.
Where do you see that?
Sorry, this text, "Picking up Panda Express, if you want to come over for a little bit, let me know."
Oh, yeah.
So Mr. Anderson doesn't start anything. Mr. Anderson doesn't ask to come over, and you invite him over during a time where you weren't allowing him at the house?
I was allowing him in the house to work with our daughter on assignments. It was also 2 days before her birthday, and so we were trying to plan and figure out what we were going to do for her birthday and what that was going to look like. So to see the kids, yeah, I probably would have allowed him to come over. And if I'm going to pick up food, I'm not going to sit there and eat it in front of him, the kids.
But you'd agree that on that day, around that time frame, Mr. Anderson hadn't even asked to come over. That was something that you had prompted.
Well, I mean, sure, you can take that out of context. You sure can. That day, yes.
Then the state went into, strike that. You claim that during this time, back
in April, now let's move kind of later to April, before your daughter's birthday. Mr. Anderson's still texting you?
Yes.
Objection to the term "you claim" is argumentative. Sorry, objection to the term "you claim." It is argumentative.
Well, what's the difference between saying that and saying you have testified?
Well, one reflects what is happening, and the other reflects that sounds like it has a bias attached to it.
Well, I think there's probably some validity to that, but it's still an acceptable question overall.
You can ask again, please.
Sure, that during this time you've testified that Mr. Anderson is still texting you and that, but you have no desire in getting back together, rekindling the relationship.
I don't think we know what time. Objection is to vagueness.
Sorry, before that I'd asked the time about a specific date time.
Ask your question, please.
So we were in this late April before, the previous question I had said late April before your daughter's birthday, that you had previously testified that during this time frame, Mr. Anderson was continuously texting you, but that you had no desire to rekindle the relationship.
Correct.
And that you made that clear with him.
I did.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 274. So start, and I'm just going to be talking about the highlighted ones. So this is going to be late night because of the UTC time. Late night on April 22nd, 2020. You received a text from Mr. Gutierrez. What you doing, babe? Correct?
On the 23rd, yes.
So it says the 23rd. But it's because UTC is like +5 or 6, so late night, the 22nd. I just don't want there to be any misrepresentations about the date or time. You also, at around 10 minutes later, received that text from Mr. Anderson. I still love you. Thanks for having me over. Good night. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so on the 22nd, you had Mr. Anderson at your house. He's saying, thanks for having me over. Correct?
He wasn't at my house at that time.
No, not at that exact time, but you'd agree that he must have been there at some point because he says, thanks for having me over.
Well, he texted me that later that day, which was the Panda Express day.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this is him saying, thank you for having me over after you had Panda Express together.
Sure, yes.
So then, about 7 minutes later, you text Mr. Gutierrez back to say, laying here, ready to go to bed, baby. Right?
Yep.
And then, about 1 minute later, Mr. Gutierrez messaged you back, says good night and sweet dreams. Right?
Yep.
And then 2 minutes later, you text Mr. Anderson back and say, good night, XOXO.
Yep.
And then 2 minutes later, you text Mr. Gutierrez, good night, Rosalio.
Yep.
Good night, XOXO.
This is obvious, but XOXO, hugs and kisses.
Yep.
So he's over at the house. He says, thanks for having me over. You say good night, hugs and kisses, as you're at the same time texting Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
We then have the incident that you talked about on direct about, and you were shown the videos with Mr. Anderson at your residence, correct? That was kind of the next thing that happened?
Say that again?
The next thing you talked about the state was the incident that happened the night before your daughter's birthday.
Oh, yes.
And you went through some text messages where afterwards you had told Mr. Gutierrez about what you believed happened, correct?
Probably, yes. I know that I informed him after I'd found out.
I beg your pardon?
I said I apologize. The state just wants to review these exhibits.
Judge, I apologize. Judge, I want to again raise a hearsay objection. And
To which one?
to the stream, to the line of
This is
communications.
These are a furtherance of the exact message strings.
Hold on. I apologize, but
I don't want to make the argument, this particular argument, in the presence of the jury. I'm happy to come and approach them.
Do you want to see all of them, Judge? I don't know which
What
one
are you
he's
going
referring.
through?
There's a lot here. I just showed them all to him. I don't know
Yeah.
which one are you particularly objecting to?
Well, I'm objecting to the strain of them, because yeah.
In order for me to provide something to Judge, I need to see
Here,
one.
just stand them up, please.
Yeah. What my objection is, so the court knows when it reviews them?
No,
Okay.
there's going to be an objection. Why don't you cite the statute?
As to hearsay? So it...
Why would this be hearsay if those introduced by the state were not?
I am indicating that 908045, that there's a difference between the party opponent introducing
Right?
and the party introducing. But in this case, 908045,
Except the ones that I'm looking at that
sure,
are
I
highlighted
understand.
are not a statement of a party opponent.
I don't think there's an exception that's applicable in 908045. I don't think they meet any of the exceptions. And it's not an area we inquired into.
I haven't gotten through them all, but she
Right.
says these are extensions of the set that were being reviewed with the witness by Ms. Kazari.
I believe it's a separate area of inquiry.
Judge, if I can, they've introduced, these are messages between Ms. Beecham and Mr. Gutierrez. The state selectively chose messages that they wanted to read, so even under the rule of completeness, I could bring in their entire...
They're separate subjects.
Sure, it's all on the same subject regarding Mr. Anderson, so...
Give us a moment, will you? Go upstairs if you like, but well, I'll leave it up to you. But be ready at a moment's notice.
Judge, if the court will recall, the state brought a number of people who are friends of Rosalio Gutierrez into this courtroom. They indicated that as an offer of proof, they indicated Rosalio Gutierrez had told them that he was dating a woman named Sadie who had a ex-boyfriend who was harassing him, etc. I indicated to the court that I believed that the court should allow that it was not hearsay. The court made a ruling that as to each of those individual friends, I think there were 3 separate individuals where I sought that evidence to be introduced. the court told me that the statements of Rosalio Gutierrez were hearsay. And so consequently, and we talked about unavailability. The court, I think, finally determined that unavailable was present, but that we did not meet an exception under 908045. The state, the defense chose to object to each of those and indicated that those were hearsay. We just introduced a number of text messages. The defense did not object. Even though they objected to a number of things in terms of those other statements, so I assume that was a strategic choice by them. I am now indicating that I'm making the same objection, asking the court to exercise the same rule. I'm aware that if it's something we covered, that they are allowed to contextualize it in some circumstances, but I don't think, just as the court ruled that we could not meet an exception under 908045, I don't think we're in any different situation now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Thank you, Judge. I don't really need to repeat the things I mentioned before. I will note that I did not object during this witness's testimony about conversations held between her and Mr. Gutierrez. The state selectively chose text messages that paints their communication in a certain way, and I'm offering the evidence to show the other side of the communication on the same topic. Again, there's a lot of exhibits there. I think there'd be a specific argument to each one. I don't know if the state's objecting to each and every exhibit that's there, but if I could have them back, so then if the court wants me to go through each of them, I can do that. Thank you.
Well, I don't know. I have to say I don't recall ever. I'm going to start over. We learned from early on in law school about the other lawyer opening the door to something. I don't recall ever reading or seeing or hearing that the failure to object precludes covering related matter that would otherwise be kept out. The fact that the defense did not object on your examination was a risky proposition on your end, that that I would conclude that the door had been opened and they could go into this other material. It was a risky proposition from their end that I would say no. But I'm not familiar with any rule that explicitly says, other than what I think is the general practice, that if you go into it, the other side is permitted to bring in similar materials from the same package. So I think I'm going to allow it.
Okay, and the court's ruling is that we've opened the door, essentially.
I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Ask the jury to come in. Go ahead.
Thank you. Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 272. I'm going to zoom out. Overall, you'd agree this is text messages from your phone because we see Becky in there, Junior, Zachariah. This appears to be your text messages.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the second page. So these text messages that we see, this page, I'm going to go zoom in here. There's text messages between you and Jeannie, correct? And then someone named Cha, right?
Yes.
And then we have this text message that reads from Mr. Gutierrez, or you sent to Mr. Gutierrez, well, I guess if he has your info, you should have his, ... correct?
Also the time and date. We can't
Sure,
think.
I know, it's hard because this is terribly blurry. So it says 4/26/2020 at 1:20 a.m., but it's UTC time. So that's going to be for the very late evening hours on April 25th, 2020. And then the next text messages we have in response to that was from Junior, who said, already figured it out. I did a little bit Facebook investigations. You said, I just went fucking off the rail, excuse my language, but that's what it says, off the rails on him a few minutes ago, correct?
Yep.
And then there's a text, the next text message from him says, for the record, only if you say it's okay, right?
Yep.
And then there's a string of messages between you and other people. One from him that says Chinese for dinner tonight, correct?
Also, when you're saying for him, can you
Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez.
name?
This one.
Yes. I see.
So this was a string, and this was just taken from your Cellbrite reports. We have page 184 and page 185. And this is an accurate string of the messages between you and him for that time period?
Looks like a string of messages between a lot of people, but yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 280. This is page 2 of 280. This is from Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite download. So this is not in UTC time, this is in normal time. April 25th, 2020 at 8:41 p.m. He sends you a text, that's what I'm going to do. I already reached out to old friends. I can be hands-free from this situation, correct?
That's what it says.
Then he says, just a good old-fashioned ass whooping, maybe broken leg or something, correct?
That's what it says.
Then there's a text from him at 8:48 p.m. on April 25th, 2020 that says, then delete those texts from your phone. To which you respond, what texts? Correct?
Yes.
And then he says, for the record, only if you say it's okay. Correct?
Yep.
Which would correspond to Defense Exhibit 272, this message about, for the record, only if you say it's okay. Correct? It's the same,
Yeah.
same text.
Same text, yes.
But what we don't have in here, in your text message string, was this whole language about you deleting texts, correct?
Probably.
So then you deleted these texts where Mr. Gutierrez tells you that he could do something to Mr. Anderson, correct?
I guess I did.
And then On May 25th at 9:24 p.m., Mr. Gutierrez sends you a text message that says 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin 53092, correct?
Yes,
And do you know whose address that is?
I do.
Whose is it?
Zach's.
Mr. Anderson's?
Zachariah.
Okay, and that was sent from Junior to you, correct?
Correct.
And that was at 9:24:49?
Yes.
So when we look back at Defense Exhibit 2, or 272, your text message for around 9:51 p.m. on April 25th, which is right above the highlighted portion, that text is also missing from your string about Mr. Gutierrez sending you Mr. Anderson's address, correct?
Yep.
Moving on, Junior asks you, is this accurate, correct?
Yep.
And then you respond, Poppy, no snitch, correct?
Correct.
You had given Mr. Gutierrez information prior to him sending you that address. You had given Mr. Gutierrez some information about where Mr. Anderson lived, correct?
I may have.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 279. So this is April 25th at 8:21 p.m. You send Mr. Gutierrez a text that says Zachariah Anderson lives in Mequon, correct?
Yes.
And this was after the one below you said, well, I guess if he has your info, you should have his, correct?
Yes.
So the following day, you and Mr. Gutierrez, and again, this is from his Cellbrite report, continue to talk about Mr. Anderson, right?
Sure. Yes.
So the state had gone over a little bit, but I'm going to give you the full message string here, starting on page 2 of Defense Exhibit 281. John, just mark a D on that. Oh. Thank you. All right, we'll start at the bottom. So, April 26th at 8:54 p.m., Junior texts you, did he record more? Correct?
Yes.
I think you kind of went through these. You said he took your vehicle registration and a note from a DJ. When he left today, he said, you know that fucker doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ. To which you, and then you sent another text. I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car and still has them, including this letter, so he was definitely here. Then Mr. Gutierrez responds, LOL, that's so funny. That note was in the passenger side back pocket. He has a letter from the last owner of the car. And then you said, LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, correct?
Correct.
And that was you referring to this alleged love letter from this previous owner, right?
Correct.
You were telling him that you're not worried about it.
Correct.
And then he says his daughter found it the other day when she was riding in the back seat. And you say, again, really, I'm not worried or questioning, correct?
Correct.
And then you send a text, I'm fucking pissed he removed your personal information from your car, correct?
Correct.
Then we see this text that we heard about before. Liv wants to meet you and your kids before you. And then Junior says, I'm not worried about it, correct?
Correct.
And he says he can have all my info.
I want him to know exactly who beat his ass up, correct?
Correct.
I didn't hear the answer.
Correct.
Thank you.
I care about you and don't want to cause more problems, but I think I'm going to pay him a visit, correct?
Yes.
This is on April 26th at 9:02 p.m. Right?
Yes, that's what he says.
Then he says there needs to be consequences for his actions, correct?
Correct.
So this whole string, when you're talking to him, there needs to be consequences for his actions, I'm going to go pay him a visit, all of this stuff is in reference to the conversation that you had about Mr. Anderson going into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle, correct?
I think this was in reference to all of it.
But this was immediately after, this whole line of questioning from
Yes.
that I just went over on the previous date and the 26th is all stemming from Mr. Anderson going into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle.
Objection. She's already answered that question and said it was everything. It wasn't just going in the vehicle.
Sustained.
In these text message strings, though, what you were talking about, I'm going to show you again, Defense Exhibit 281. You're talking about Mr. Anderson going into the vehicle, taking the registration and the note from DJ, correct?
Yeah, I think he was fed up with this as being the final thing, yes.
Okay. And so this is around the same time, this is Defense Exhibit 271, Mr. Gutierrez texted you and said, yeah, I'm not allowing it either, he's gonna find out, correct?
Yes.
And this is still when he, referring to he, you and him are still talking about Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
To show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 273. So looking at the text message.
Did you say 273, Counsel?
Correct, Defense Exhibit 273. This is a message that you sent later on the 25th at 11 p.m. to Junior. He took a video of us on the couch and me in just my tank top and us going into the bedroom, then showed Liv. She just told me everything, correct?
Yes.
He says, are you fucking serious? That's enough to call the cops, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then he says, what's his fucking address, correct?
Yes.
And then after that is when you wind up saying that he lives in Mequon and Mr. Gutierrez sends you Mr. Anderson's address, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So those conversations, that one was on the 25th, but all these conversations go into late night around 9 p.m. on the 26th of April, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So then, Defense Exhibit 260, at 3:11 in the morning on April 26, 2020, you have a nearly 3-hour FaceTime call with Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
Around this time, on direct, you said that on April 26th, so same date, around this time frame, that you believed that yours and Mr.
Gutierrez's relationship was moving forward, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware at this time that Mr. Gutierrez was dating other women?
No, I wouldn't know that.
You then said on direct that on April 26th, Mr. Gutierrez had said that he got in the car to go to Mr. Anderson's home, but then chose not to.
Yeah, he mentioned something about that.
But you weren't with him on the evening of April 26th.
No.
So you couldn't see where he was, correct?
Correct. No.
There were times where on direct examination, the state said that Mr. Anderson appeared to know things, or you thought he knew things about Mr. Gutierrez that you had not told him or discussed with him, correct?
Yeah, yes, he told me things that he should not have known. Not disclosed to him, I should say.
But Mr. Anderson would discuss these things with you, correct?
Discuss what?
Things about Mr. Gutierrez.
No.
Oh, okay.
Do you have to be more specific.
From the state's perspective, is improper, and I'd ask the court to take a look at it. It's a communication that has a particular fact that I think is irrelevant and is it should not be allowed.
I didn't hear all of what you said.
Sorry, Judge. I said not an area we inquired about, and I believe it's irrelevant. Why don't you let the judge read it, as I asked?
May I see it first?
Yeah.
I don't, thought you wanted to be heard outside the presence. we're going to break shortly, so let's see if I can get this disposed of before that, and then, so just take a few minutes if you would, please, and don't talk about the case. Mr. Gravely.
Judge, the court sees what this is. Again, this is not an area we went into. This is a discussion where, can I see the...
That's what they're...
So this is from the defendant to the witness. So again, this is the party, not a party opponent, offering up something indicating that the missing party here, Rosalio Gutierrez, has a battery charge. So this is a statement we did not introduce from the defendant himself. This is not Rosalio's messages. These are, now we're in the defendant's messages. So we did not introduce any statement regarding anything having to do with the background or his argument about why Rosalio might be a bad person. I believe I'm aware that the battery charge is a case where a ticket was ultimately awarded, so it's not even accurate in terms of the portrayal it would be to a jury. It would cause a situation where the state would be obligated to take a try at convincing the court to allow me to be able to show what the outcome was of any charge that had been filed, because I believe it was dismissed and a ticket was instead the result. So it is hearsay without an exception available, and is not an area we inquired in. It's not the Rosalio text, which I know the court has already ruled on. It's a text directly from the defendant, not in an area we inquired, which is highly prejudicial in its impact.
So, can I have that exhibit back? Oh,
I've got it.
you have it?
I was referring to our
So the state in Exhibit State 205 talks about the text message strings between Mr. Anderson and Sadie Beecham on April 30th, 2020. And remember, Judge, this was in context to Candace Milla and the information that was gathered from there. This is simply a continuation of that same text string about how it actually all started. Then the state will be going into, well, one, I disagree that the state didn't go into this in their direct examination. Saying that Mr. Anderson seemingly had information that he shouldn't have known and that he couldn't have, like, where he could have gotten it from is going to be directly tied into their presentation of the evidence with officers about Mr. Anderson's search history on this and around this date, which was he looked up on CCAP, he looked up on Facebook, and then what this shows is that immediately upon receiving that information, he just tells Miss Beecham about it, and they have a conversation. Attorney Gravely, when I conferred with him on, well, are you not going to be going into Mr. Anderson's search history, said that he would only be going into certain ones. But really it's this incomplete picture where if they're going to be saying, well, how would he know this about someone? How would he know his address? Well, you know, to give the context of that's easily readable on CCAP and other platforms, and also to paint the picture that Mr. Anderson wasn't just gathering this information and keeping it to himself in a secret little diary, that he was having a conversation about what was received. It was no secret.
I think is critical to this case, especially when their theory and painting Mr. Anderson as this person who keeps a whole document on a whole folder on his computer dedicated to this individual. I think it's critical that the jury know that he was sharing this information. So not only is it a complete text, a furthering of an exhibit that they already introduced to show the complete text messages of that date, it will be completely relevant to the state's other evidence that it'll bring in. And I'd rather not have Ms. Beecham come back after the state presents that information, but if that's what's necessary, then we'll do it. But I don't believe that we're barred from coming into this. There's been a lot of things that the defense didn't like Mr. Anderson's.
No, I don't want to go back.
Sure, but I think basically, Judge, this is no different than when the state got to go into all of the things about Mr. Anderson's.
Talk about
Okay, that's fine.
Gethsemane, I am just going to talk about this particular objection. He says it's irrelevant.
Sure, so that's all I have then, Judge.
Sustained.
It's not a continuation.
You just said sustained.
Quit while you're ahead.
Oh, I apologize.
So then-
I thought you said state. I did
Judge-
not hear you say
I heard
sustained.
sustained, Judge. We can stop there.
Okay.
Judge, at this time then, I'd like an order that they cannot go into any information that Mr. Anderson had about Mr. Gutierrez on CCAP.
I'm not going to make an advanced ruling.
Okay,
As I said, I'm ready to pounce
it's fine.
at appropriate times.
Fine.
Ask the jurors to come in, please. Hey, before they do, what am I going to tell them about the length of the trial? That I told them would take 2 weeks and 2 days, and we're down to the waning hours.
Easter?
I actually don't have anything funny to say. It's
Well,
that
you know,
bad.
but anybody got an idea of how long we're going to be?
I think we probably are done morning of Thursday morning.
Let's add on time for Thursday afternoon.
See where it says 911 on there?
You want me to call?
Yeah. Holy. From.
See how you. Then I would anticipate the defense, we could be done by end of day Monday. Maybe Tuesday morning.
Oh boy. I should have picked 20. Well, I have to be honest with them. Oh man. Ask them to come in, please.
Are we not?
I've sustained the objection. We're going to take a little bit more today, then we'll break for the day. Now, I have a suspicion that it's occurred to one or more of you that we're not doing so well calendar-wise, and your suspicions are correct. And I just inquired of the lawyers. Look at me, she's even smiling. That's very nice.
It's a smile of doomed parties.
Yeah. Anyway, I inquired of the lawyers, what shall I tell the jury? And I have to tell you, I was expecting to hear a sooner date than I heard, and it actually there was reference to going into Monday of next week. In fact, I think I may have even heard a later reference, but we're going to put the pedal to the metal. But just so you're aware, if that creates an enormous problem for somebody, if it's with your employer, I may be able to give you some assistance there. I don't recall that ever being a problem. I also don't recall having missed by this much on a anticipated completion date. But other issues we'd have to address as they arise. But as it stands right now, it does not appear that we'll finish before the end of the week at the very earliest. So just so you're aware of that. And any question, anybody? They're so nice. Really, I'm not just saying it. And I've worked with not a lot of very nice jurors over the years. But anyway.
I want to read their text messages, though, Judge.
All right. So I did sustain the objection, so go ahead, Ms. Muller.
Thank you. On direct examination, you had been asked a series of questions relating to your friend Candace, and is it Mila or Mila?
It's Miller. It's just
Miller.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is also your friend.
Yes, it's a mutual friend.
Do you still hang out with her?
We still talk. Yeah.
Okay. So around this time, did you reach out to her about this friend request?
No. Did I reach out to her about a friend request?
About the friend request and direct, you had talked about how Mr. Gutierrez got a friend request from her.
I asked her about it. I didn't first reach out. I asked her about it. Yeah, I confronted her about it.
So around going to May now, around this time, you had testified that you weren't seeing Zach other than to drop off the kids, correct? Kid drop off, pickup.
At what time frame?
Let's say early May.
Early May. Yeah, I mean, we were communicating about pickup and drop off. So most of the time when I would see him, it would be during those times. Yes.
Counsel,
But-
can we just talk to counsel for just a second?
Can I continue?
Thank you, Judge.
Around early May, I don't want you to go into the specific details of why you were spending a lot of time with Mr. Anderson, but in early May, you were spending a significant time with him. And again, we don't need to go into the details of why, but you were.
Yes. There was a situation with
yeah.
our daughter, so that's
And we'll keep it at that. We don't want to go into any details.
right.
And on May 7th, 2020, you had testified earlier that there was a incident where your daughter had a cell phone and she wasn't supposed to have one, right?
Correct.
And there had been a period of time before and after that where your daughter, to your knowledge, had stolen people's cell phones. Correct?
Objection, that sounds irrelevant. Why would accusations against the daughter be relevant in this, in terms of the specific? Accusations.
The original line of inquiry was about spending more time than usual, and then the witness actually started to volunteer more information. And Ms. Miller said, we don't need to get into that, and now you're getting into it. What's the relevance?
The relevance is going to come out, well, basically the state's going to be arguing that someone gave the phone to Olivia, and I'm allowed to get into evidence that Olivia would obtain, or her daughter would obtain, cell phones by other means.
So
Well, they haven't argued that, number one. Number two, they're not mutually exclusive.
Sure.
And
I'll just
at this point anyway, I'm going to sustain the objection. So you can ask another. Somehow I thought I had ruled.
You did, Judge.
Yeah, well, that's when the chatter stops. Ask a question.
You then said around this time that you thought Mr. Anderson was tracking you, correct?
Beginning of May. Is that the time frame you're talking about?
Yeah, late April, early May.
Yes.
And this prior to you finding the cell phone in your vehicle that you testified about, you thought he was tracking you, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 268.
Yep, thank you.
Again, this is Defense Exhibit 268. On May 9th, 2020, around noon, because it's UTC time, you had texted someone named Path and said, hey, ... think I can confirm he didn't put the tracker on my car yet. Last night when I dropped off the kids, he snuck a burner phone under the boy's car seat, correct?
Correct.
So, who's Path?
A friend of mine.
Okay, and you at this point then, prior then, you confirm on this date, on May 9th at around noon, 2020, you are like, don't think he actually put a tracker in your car. Correct? That's what you're saying.
No, I think he's still tracking me. I don't know that he put the tracker that he had on my car. So it says, I think I confirmed that he didn't put the tracker on my car, or maybe I can't confirm. I'm not sure. There's a lot of typos in there. So
I can give this to you, but I'm going to read it
Sure.
out loud again. You said, hey, think I can confirm he didn't put the tracker on my car yet.
Yeah.
That seems pretty straightforward in that you believe then he hadn't put the tracker because you found the phone, correct?
Not yet. He had not put it on my car yet. Correct.
So then up until the point that you find the phone, at that point you understand or come to some realization that Mr. Anderson hasn't put a tracker on your vehicle. At least you didn't think he did.
I wasn't sure. Actually, my friend is the one who I asked to check my car for the tracker.
And when he checked that car for the tracker, he found nothing, correct?
Well, he's not an expert. He just
Please
once
answer the
over-checked.
question which
So
was asked.
he didn't find anything. Nope.
Okay. get your exhibit 207? Or State's Exhibit 207. This was a text message string. Where Mr. Anderson, earlier we read this, or the state read it to you, about Mr. Anderson basically saying you're wearing too much makeup.
Downstairs again?
Too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket, hiding in the back of your ride, premonitions don't make me psychic, call me Zachariah when she feels good, denim shirt, ... Kenosha, correct? Do you remember going through these?
Yes.
Council, is this May 8th, just again so we can orient?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Anderson had actually seen you right before these texts were sent, correct?
Yes.
Because you had gone to drop off the kids.
Right.
So he could see.
Yes. You saw what I was wearing, correct?
So, indirect, the state had shown you two phones, one of which was a flip phone, one of which was a smartphone. Remember them?
Yes.
And you said that when, on May 7th of 2020, you had found the smartphone, the burner phone, and that your daughter had that, correct?
Yeah.
Around May 7th, around May 8th.
Yes.
Around that time.
Yes, she had one of his burner phones, yes.
And it was that same phone that your daughter had that you then found under the seat of your son's car seat, correct? Was that same phone?
I think so.
So then, May 13th, you have a conversation with Mr. Anderson about custody of the kids, where he says he's going to try to get custody of the kids, correct?
Yeah, that was I think it was either the 13th or the 8th, somewhere in there. There was that conversation, yeah.
And that conversation, that's when you gave that phone back to him, around that time frame?
I don't know.
So that phone, the smart-looking phone, not the flip phone, Olivia, your daughter had it, and then you find it in your car seat. When do you give it back to him?
No, these were two very separate situations, so.
Okay, so I want to walk through it then. Around May 8th, you find this phone on Olivia.
So I found the phone on Olivia at a friend's house. I took that phone and gave it back to him.
When did you give it back to Mr. Anderson?
The next time I saw him, or I gave it to Olivia to give back to him, he got the phone back. That wasn't, yeah, I just gave it back to him. There wasn't anything about it.
Okay, so then after you find the
That I
phone
recall
in
anyway.
your vehicle, when do you remember a date or about when you gave that phone back to him?
When I gave it back to him, when I gave him the phone after I found it in the car,
Yes.
and then when did I give it back to him? Maybe a couple of days later.
Why didn't you just give it back to him right away? Like you did the first time?
Honestly, I just had enough. I was going to keep it, and I really just wanted to see what was going on. I really can't explain. It's a very stressful thing having somebody constantly tracking you and finding phones in your car. So I guess I just was very, I wanted answers, and I wanted him to stop. And so I kept the phone, and I wanted to see if he was going to try to get the phone back and ask for it back. And that's exactly what happened. Is I knew that if I hung on to the phone, that it was a phone that was connected. So the other phones that he had were not in service. So this one was a particular phone that was in service, and it was one that he used to communicate with me. So I kept that one, and just an effort to kind of stop all of it. If he didn't have the phone, then he couldn't put it in my car anymore.
So, but on direct, you remember saying about how Mr. Anderson, from the day that he texts you that going down to Kenosha, looking pretty, smelling good, makeup, whatever, until you gave the phone back, that Mr. Anderson continuously was texting you about the phone.
So he was texting me from his other phone, and he was calling me from his flip phone.
Inquiring about his cell phone.
Correct.
So you wanted the communication from Mr. Anderson to stop, and you thought it would stop, that Mr. Anderson, during that time frame, that the communication would stop if you didn't give his phone back?
I didn't want communication to stop. I wanted his stalking behavior to stop.
But you'd agree that had you just given him the phone earlier, those days of text message where Mr. Anderson's asking you if you found his phone and where his phone is, that could have been avoided had you just simply given Mr. Anderson his phone back.
Sustained.
So, May 13th, 2020 happens. We talked about that. May 16th is the date where you received the text about you racing down to Kenosha at any point, correct?
Yes.
And on that day, Mr. Anderson had also had the opportunity to see you, correct?
If I dropped off the kids, then he saw me.
On May 14th, strike that, Rebecca Jekyll, or is that how you say your last name?
Yes.
Who is that to you?
It's my best friend.
Okay. And were you conversing with her about things that were bothering you about Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, actually, I'll give this to you now, but I'm not going to go into it. About May 16th, 2020, that was the day you had gone down to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment and met his children for the first time.
Correct.
And approximately what time did you arrive, if you remember?
I don't remember. Maybe 6, 7, somewhere in there.
And you said that Mr. Gutierrez was making dinner.
Yes.
Do you remember what he was making?
Chicken nachos.
Okay, so he didn't order food in.
No, he made food for us.
Okay, was he making it on the stove?
Yes, he was in the kitchen making food. That's where people make food.
Show you what previously marked as Exhibit 59. Seeing this on Mr. Gutierrez's stove when you were there on the evening of May 16th, 2020?
I don't recall. No, I don't remember seeing that.
Because that's where he was making the nachos, right? Or parts of the nachos?
On the stove? Yeah.
And then you said that you then went to Dairy Queen, you did some rock painting with the kids, then watched a movie. What time were you there until?
I think I left a little after midnight, or maybe before. Probably a little bit before. So maybe, yeah, a little bit before. Because I didn't get home until late.
And how long did it take you to get home?
It usually takes about an hour, but there was a detour, so it took me a little bit longer.
What was this detour?
I don't know, there was construction on Highway 20 or Highway whatever it is.
Okay. So like 11:30, around there?
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And when you were leaving, did Mr. Gutierrez tell you whether he had any plans for the rest of the evening?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
When you left, what did you observe Mr. Gutierrez doing?
The kids were there, and they were getting ready to go to bed, or they were just, everybody was still there.
Back then, did you know an individual named Mike Campbell?
No.
Now, do you know who that individual is?
Yes.
And you've seen what he looks like?
Yes.
When you were there on May 16th that evening, did you see Mike Campbell there?
No.
So after you return home, the following day, you and Mr. Gutierrez are talking about what appeared to be just typical conversation, right?
Yes.
And the conversation that day went into the early evening hours.
Yes.
And the last text, I'm just going to give you what I've marked as an exhibit. 57. So it's marked as Defense Exhibit 257. I'll zoom in here. On May 17th, 2020 at 8:33 p.m., you receive a text from Mr. Gutierrez that says, "I just dropped off Ava, going over to Mike's for a little bit." Right?
Yes.
And then you said, "Okay, cool. Well, then maybe text me or ring me when you leave there or something." Right?
Yes.
And he says, "Okay." Right?
Yes.
And you didn't get a call from him that evening, correct?
I did not.
And you didn't call him that evening after receiving that text.
I don't. No, I did not.
And when he was saying that he was going over to Mike's for a little bit, did you know who he was referencing?
I just assumed it was a friend of his, so I don't know. I did not know who he was.
Now, do you have an idea of who that is?
Objection calls for speculation. The name Mike. Hold on.
Right.
The name Mike is an extremely popular name. Very common name. When I was a school child judge, it was the most common name of my particular age group, which is slightly older than Mr. Gutierrez was when we last saw him.
All right. Well,
For her to speculate about whether we have the right Mike or not is...
the objection is sustained. And that's an ideal point at which to break for the day.
Sure.
Now, remember, tomorrow we'll start at
Probably like another.
9 o'clock. And
Don't hold me to it.
in spite of the fact that tomorrow, as you know, is National Pie Day. In fact, I think it's International Pie Day. And 314. And if, as it happens, Einstein's birthday. That's quite a coincidence. But anyway, no, we will not have pie here. But we'll do math. We'll do math Jeopardy quiz or something. But anyway, overnight, please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial, and pardon me? Do you have another witness that you can lead off with tomorrow? She's inquiring if we could start at 9:30, and I don't want to give up the half an hour, but on the other hand...
We could start with any... Yes, Judge. We're ready to...
All right.
Ready to be flexible.
All right, you need to be here at 9:30, and we'll start at 9. And I'll tell you what, because it is National Pie Day, even though we're not on the track we hope to be on, and I promised. How many would rather the jury as a whole start at 9:30? That's why pi is such a small number. What's that? I saw two hands for 3:30. Yeah. I saw two hands for 9:30. Anybody else 9:30? Okay, 9 o'clock. And now I saw a third hand. No? Pardon me? And let's go for 9 o'clock and have a witness here at 9, and we'll continue. Enjoy the day, the evening, and see you tomorrow. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial, nor discuss it with anyone. Do it in the morning. I like to, the jury should see it because I instruct them to consider only those which have been received. So just make a note to yourself to do it tomorrow.